Live. We are live. Alrighty. Let's check in on the streams and wait for them to percolate, to update. Can you guys mute that? Because Hello, everybody. Welcome to the second quadrennial Nielsen election live stream. This one is going to hopefully be a lot more clean and simple and easier to follow than my 4-hour-long rant last time. So basically what's going to happen is Eric is in Pacific time, so he just got off work and is setting up all of his technology right now because, spoiler alert, he didn't have everything ready to go beforehand. But what we have is election results behind us. We are going to be keeping track of those as they trickle in. We're going to be having guests come in at the 15 and the 45 and every hour. So we have, for the first 5 slots, we have guests already lined up. But at the end, the last couple of times, we are going to invite people from the audience to join us right here on air. We're going to talk to them about their opinions regarding the election and politics in general. And we're going to have a good discussion across all breadths of the political spectrum, discussing what this moment means to our country, how things are going to pan out, and what the future holds. If you're watching on YouTube or on Facebook, go ahead and leave a comment. Let us know you're here. We are using a system called StreamYard. Shout out to them because it enables us to simulcast to both YouTube and Facebook, so everybody is able to watch. So just let us know if you have questions. We'll be answering those throughout the night. Also, if you have any questions for our guests while they're on, go ahead and pop those in the chat, and we'll be able to answer those as well. So with that being said, I'm still waiting to see if Eric is ready yet. It doesn't look like he is quite yet. He's also going to have a TV behind him, except he needs a HDMI adapter that he didn't know he needed because he didn't test this in advance. So good job, Eric. Everybody make fun of Eric in the chat. I can say these things when he's not here, and there's nothing he can do to stop me because I'm in charge of the screen, or I'm in charge of the stream. So I can kick him, but he can't kick me. All righty. So it is now 8 o'clock. So a large swath of polls have just closed along the eastern seaboard throughout the eastern time zone. I'm just waving to my roommate. Shout out to Shlok and Ashka for helping me out with this setup. I also want to send a shout out to Colin Barrett, who made this amazing graphic here, the ones that you also saw on social media. We've got a lot of cool stuff from him. There's a little backdrop that'll be behind me in a little bit. You'll see that here in a while. All righty, so I am just checking in. I've got many devices going all at the same time, so I'm going to be bouncing all over the place. Hopefully, again, it'll be a little bit less chaotic than 4 years ago for those of you who do remember back then, because in that situation, it was just me, and I was a little all over the place. I had no plan going into it. It was entirely spontaneous. Fun fact, the idea for it came because I was posting updates on Snapchat, basically at this point in the night where we had all the polls just starting to trickle in. And my friend Colin, who was, again, the same person who made these amazing graphics, sent me a Snapchat message, and he said, dude, you need to go live on Facebook. And I said, that's stupid. Nobody would watch that. And then long story short, we had a couple hundred people tune in over the course of the next 4 hours as the entire country realized that Donald Trump became the president of the United States. That was an interesting evening. Maybe not the brightest in our country, but the stream went really well on my end, all things considered. So I actually was watching some of that earlier this morning just to get a feel for what that was like back then. And it was kind of interesting to watch me have the moment where I realized that Donald Trump was going to be the president of the United States. That was, you could see it on my face when that happened. And so that was an interesting situation. Hopefully, and in full disclosure, both Eric and I have voted for Biden. So we're very much more biased this time around than last time. We were both Johnson voters in 2016. For the record, both of us were voting in Washington that year. And what that meant is it was not a swing state. It went to Hillary Clinton by like 10 points. And there was absolutely no risk associated with being a swing voter. Additionally, Johnson, more so than any third-party candidate this year, drew from both sides of the aisle almost equally. So we had both Republicans and Democrats, or a lot of independents, voting for Johnson because they didn't like either other candidate. This time around, it's a little bit more polarized. People have a firm stance on the president of the United States. We've seen that even over the last 2 months, the poll numbers just have not changed that much because everybody's pretty much made up their mind. And so that's why it's going to be really interesting to see how close the results are to the polls, especially because we did see about a 2-point shift towards Trump in 2016. And that was not expected per se, but the errors in the polling that enabled that to happen have supposedly been counteracted. We will see if that pans out, but that is why we are here. So again, if you have questions, go ahead and pop those in the chat. And it looks like Eric is just about ready. So I'm going to bring in the other twin. Here's Eric.
Good evening, everyone. Hope you're all well. Thanks, Carl, for doing the introduction. Sorry it took so long to get this.
Eric, the TV's a little washed out.
Of course it is.
I had to turn down the brightness on this one, and there are 5 lights around me. So and that's still, you can still see the contrast here. So
Let me get that set up. I'll be right back.
Okay. All righty. Well, I guess Eric's not ready yet. So let's take a look at where things stand right now. Now, we have several different news agencies that are all tracking things with these fancy graphics. This one's from the Washington Post. The reason I have that is because you are seeing I am here live in Reston, Virginia, and so I subscribed to the Washington Post because I got a good deal on it, and it's our local paper. So, you know, democracy dies in darkness. I know Jeff Bezos doesn't need any more of my money, so I'm willing to get a really cheap deal on the Washington Post, and I get to look at both national, international, and local news. All right, we do have some questions coming in. Eli asks, are you worried about spoiler candidates in certain swing states? No. This year, none of the third-party candidates are polling more than 1% in just about any state, which is pretty normal in an election year. You know, that's essentially what we saw in like 2012, 2008, 2004, where there weren't really like any major swing vote third-party contenders. So no, I'm not terribly concerned. My favorite color is blue. That's why I'm wearing a blue shirt. For the record, I'm not a Democrat, so that's not has anything to do with it. I just happen to vote for Joe Biden this time around because I care about democracy. All righty. So let's take a look at where we are right now. About 6 states have been called, according to the Washington Post. Politico has called about 7, and Decision Desk has called 5. So we've got Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia, Alabama for Trump. Wow, Alabama, 0 votes counted, and they're still calling it for Trump. That's how you know it's not a swing state. So pretty much self-explanatory there. That's what Alabama holds. Here in Virginia, it has now been called for Joe Biden. Currently, only 22% reporting, and Joe Biden actually has the minority of those 22%. But it's Virginia, and we're not a swing state anymore. So as soon as I show up, it's not a swing state. So, you know, go figure. Maryland, same deal. Same with Delaware, Massachusetts, and Vermont. According to Politico, they have also called Connecticut and Rhode Island. Both are also states where the polls closed just a few minutes ago. They have called Tennessee and South Carolina for Trump, as well as Mississippi and Oklahoma. So really no surprises here. We are currently looking at results from about 5 swing states so far. So we're just going to start out by taking a look at Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, Ohio, and Michigan. Texas is also potentially a swing state. We'll see how that pans out. Oh, we have results from Pennsylvania just trickling in. That is going to be the state to watch. And we also won't get results for it tonight because they couldn't count any absentee ballots until today. with that being said, Eric is finally ready to join us, so I'm bringing him back up for the stream. Eric, I see something changed.
We didn't mention it, but everyone who donated to Amy McGrath, you threw your money away.
Yes.
McConnell is projected to win re-election in Kentucky, to nobody's surprise. And so sorry if you wasted your money on that. I'm not surprised. And there are plenty of more competitive Senate races that will take a very long time to decide. That's going to be one of the other interesting aspects of tonight, is that we have a very exciting Senate race as well. It's almost guaranteed that the Democrats will maintain control of the House. But the Senate could flip tonight. And there's a solid chance that that does happen, but it's even more uncertain than a Biden victory. So lots of room for speculation, but that makes it more exciting for us.
All righty. So Eric, what are you thinking of right now? How are things going over on the West Coast?
Things are very calm. The sun just set. But most of our viewers are from the West Coast, so that wouldn't surprise them, I don't think.
How can DJ Xboxer asks, how can states finalize their votes with so few votes counted of the popular vote? Eric, do you want to answer this question?
Maths. So there are hundreds, maybe thousands of people across the country whose full-time job is predicting what's going to happen one day a year, and specifically one day every 4 years. That's their entire job, and they dedicate an enormous amount of data science to these roles. When 0% reporting comes in, it means that there is so much confidence within the polling, both pre-election polling that you've been following for the last 2 years, that kind of horse race polling, and then also exit polls. And they use those two together to create what's effectively a mathematical certainty. A mathematical certainty that can determine the outcome with almost no actual results. It's like no one is surprised X happens because it's all practically guaranteed. So when we say there's a state is safely blue or safely red, that means that pretty much you don't even need votes to determine whether that's going to go left or right. And so that's why we don't really care. We don't pay attention to what happens in from a national perspective in those hard blue and hard red states, like Oregon and Alabama. They don't call them before the polls close, more so out of a courtesy for the people who live there. But they don't actually need any results to know that there's a practical certainty that it's going to go a certain way or another. Now, normally when they say 0% reporting, that means that they have one precinct. And as long as that one precinct, that one office is reporting exactly as expected, they know that there's not something wild going on in that state. There's not some massive swing that they just didn't account for that had a 0.0% chance of happening. So once 8 o'clock hits, it's everybody's race between the news networks to ensure that their mathematical certainties are correct. And they want to be the first to call it. So that way, folks like us are like, ooh, ABC News is projecting this winner. And it's not really news because we all knew Alabama was going to be won by Trump. It's the swing states that we'll pay attention to, and the swing states that will have no idea what the winner is for quite a long time. It could be many hours from now, or tomorrow, or the next day, or like a week, or a month. God forbid any longer than that.
All righty. So thank you for that great question. I'm going to bring up this question from Eli really quick. Are there any polls we give particularly weight to? He prefers 538's meta-analysis. Yeah, I am a fan of Nate Silver. I think that his kind of self-reflection and introspection after 2016 was really positive in terms of polling and transparency therein. We can pull up the 538 average right here. This is the 538 forecast from last night, which is the last publication that they make. And as we see up here, in their model, there is a 89% chance of Biden winning and a 10% chance of Trump winning. This is very important to remember.
Desk HQ has just called Florida for Trump.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that is a very big deal.
Desk HQ is one of they're an independent group of data scientists, and they have some of the best projections. So they're often the first to call something. It's not 100% certain, but it's a 99.99%. So Florida was a big battleground state, lots and lots of money poured in there. It has been for practically forever. And we all remember 2000, of course, with the hanging chads. The Florida recount went into December. This time around, it doesn't look like that's going to happen. Biden had a really poor showing in Miami-Dade County, only won there by about 10%. Hillary won there by almost 30. We also know from projections that the mail-in votes that are going to be released and announced today are often going to swing towards Biden, and it's Trump's day of election results, which actually will take a few little while to count in the states that can count already and have been counting. So places like Florida, Georgia, and Arizona, which have been counting their mail-in ballots as they come in, those first results are going to be very pro-Biden, and then we're going to see that chip down. So Biden's lead was not high enough, and we can see that there were poor performances in the urban areas like Miami. You can certifiably say that Trump is probably going to have enough to win. There's about, I think, almost 70% reporting right now. So
actually, according to the Decision Desk, it's almost 99%. So
wow. How did Florida took 20 years?
They have
finally got their stuff together.
I guess so.
Yeah.
All righty. Well, I think now is a great time to bring on our first guest of the evening. Matthew Benson is a friend of mine that goes all the way back to high school and our youth and government days. He has some political experience himself. In 2016, he ran for state legislature in the state of Washington. He was the GOP candidate for the 32nd legislative district, which is West Seattle, for those of you familiar with the Pacific Northwest geography. Matthew is currently a student at, I can't remember which university, studying film, and I'm going to bring him on to talk about it. Hello,
hey guys.
Matthew.
How are you guys doing?
Doing well. How are you feeling tonight?
Well, Florida, that was a big decision that just came in. I honestly believe it's going to come down to Michigan and Wisconsin in the end, but it's 2020, so anything could happen.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's going to be closer in Pennsylvania.
Okay.
Based on the polling data that we saw coming in, Michigan and Wisconsin seem to be a bit more solidly for Biden. We had about a 5 to 7 point lead for Biden in the Midwest, in the northern Midwest, which are states that did go for Trump in 2016. Pennsylvania, I think, is going to be the tipping point. I don't see a path to victory for Trump without Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that.
Yeah. What school are you at again?
I'm at Liberty University.
That's what I thought. I didn't want to say it.
Virginia.
Wait, at this last second, I was like, wait, is it American? No, it's Liberty.
No, yeah. And it's the 34th district that I ran in, not the 32nd.
34th. Oh my goodness.
It's all good.
To be fair, they're going to change again in 2 years. So technically. So anyway.
Yeah.
We have to interrupt this momentarily for Texas results.
Results. We have Texas results. Okay.
So, about 35% to 45% reporting. Again, we don't know what the total count is going to be. Biden is winning Texas 52% to 46%.
Wow, that is
a early voting. They have almost no mail-in voting. Almost everyone voted early in person.
Yes.
They have one of the most restrictive, if not the most restrictive, voting policies in the country. So that's
big.
Very interesting. Of course, that's less than half the votes. It's a little more than a third. So we're very interested to see what happens.
Yes, and the
called
important
that?
thing to note about Texas is though their population has been surging over the last several years, it is still remarkable that in early voting alone, they did exceed their entire 2016 turnout,
Oh
which
yeah.
is crazy, especially when you consider the fact that in 2016, there was also a Senate race in Texas, whereas this year, I don't believe there is. Let me check. Oh, no, there is. Well, I didn't even realize that there was a Senate race in Texas. I guess it's not considered competitive, but we'll see. That could be very interesting if something ends up going crazy over there. Mm-hmm. So Matthew, I kind of am going to be asking just about every one of our guests the couple of questions, just to keep things a little interesting. What is your political hill to die on? What is the thing that you are steadfast in politically?
It has to be abortion, honestly. Mm-hmm. It's one of those things that for me as a Christian, the unborn children is one thing I will not compromise on. I will not compromise on like hard issues for it, but if it's moving in the right direction, I'll give some ground on some things. But it's gotta be that. Another big one is the Supreme Court. That's what actually convinced me to vote for Trump this time around. I was a Johnson voter in 2016, but with the people he appointed this past term, that's what swung me to him.
That is that's some good insight. So, is there something that you didn't see in Joe Jorgensen that you wanted specifically, that you saw that you did see in Trump?
Just the experience and an actual path to victory. Gary Johnson, while it was a long shot, he actually did have one. Joe Jorgensen, I never saw one appear for her.
Yeah, no, that definitely makes sense. And did you vote in Washington or Virginia?
Washington.
Washington. Cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. So you got that handy dandy automatic mail-in ballot. Funny enough, I voted in Virginia. I still got a ballot from Washington, unopened in my bedroom. I am not planning on committing any sort of voter fraud, and at this point, it is too late. But I did find that funny that the state of Virginia had no mechanism to tell Washington, "Hey, this guy's with us now." But so I'll have to go in and change my registration. You know, people always say, you know, check your registration. Turns out Virginia spelled my middle name wrong the first time around, so I had to fix that ordeal. That was a pain. But nobody said, hey, if you're moving, make sure you check with the previous state to make sure you don't get a ballot. So quite interesting there. Alrighty, so I did notice a slight couple of color changes over here. We have about 50% reporting in North Carolina, and Biden currently holds a 8-point lead in North Carolina. Meanwhile, we've got
higher than that now.
It is higher than that now?
Yeah, it's 13 points now.
13-point lead with how many percent? What percent reporting?
It doesn't say. We're at 2.5 million votes counted.
Okay.
New York Times is saying about 55% in.
Yeah.
Washington Post is saying 60%, yeah, and they're about almost a 10-point lead, according to the Washington Post. If North Carolina does indeed go for Biden, it is likely Georgia will follow. Both of those states, like Eric mentioned, are states that we have early counting of mail-in votes. So that's going to be something to watch for sure. Pennsylvania, again, we don't. So even though, in my opinion, it's the most likely tipping point state, I don't think we're going to get a result in Pennsylvania tonight. Matthew, is there anything that you think would be an upset that you're calling? A state that everybody thought is going to go one way, something that you think is going to be different from the projections?
Too late. It can't be Florida.
Yeah, we can't do Florida.
Yeah.
Florida's too late.
Honestly, outside of Florida, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin and Michigan being real keys, I don't really have anything. I definitely believe Arizona is going to go blue this time around, just based on how close the Senate race is down there, and the fact that the incumbent has been trailing in fundraising and just in general polling. That could be an indication that that state is flipping blue. Most of my big upsets are honestly at the local level in Washington. I think with Boeing moving out of Everett, that could definitely flip that county to leaning as a swing county. And Republicans need to win Snohomish, Pierce, and Thurston to win anything statewide.
Absolutely.
And picking up Snohomish and then hopefully picking up Thurston could lead us into a situation like in 2004 with the governor's race, where it was extremely close, which tends to favor Republicans in statewide stuff there.
Just for those of you who aren't familiar, the 2004 gubernatorial election in Washington State was one of the closest of all time. Wow, the 2000
of
any state ever. There were 139 votes that separated Christine Gregoire from Dino Rossi, which is insane. Can you imagine 139 people? You've probably had college classes with more than that number of people. You could name, like you in any context, you can fully fathom 139 people, and yet that was the deciding factor in 2004 in the state of Washington. In fact, Rossi didn't even concede until after Gregoire was sworn in January. So I don't expect that to happen this year, but it is kind of chaotic, and it's an interesting case study for sure.
Yeah.
So, so Matthew, is there any other insight that you think more people should know about, or something that people aren't paying attention to that you think people should?
In a nationwide situation or in Washington State particularly?
Both if you'd like.
Nationwide, I don't think so. Most people are paying attention to that Rust Belt up there, which was the surprise in 2016. I think something that people are not paying attention into Washington State is in the Southwest. We've seen Democrat control there basically erode in the past 8 years. Especially down towards Grays Harbor and out towards the coast, which used to be a Democrat stronghold, but is now a Republican stronghold.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you think that there's kind of, in the state of Washington, it's almost a microcosm for the country's division?
Definitely. Because you got King County and the chaos that happened in Seattle this past summer, which you didn't see reflected in the rest of the state. And the rest of the state tends to lean more red, but just due to the voter population there in Seattle, it swings the entire state.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Which we can see now happening on a nationwide level with people moving to Houston, Dallas, people moving out of California and moving to some of the more traditionally red states that we're now seeing turn blue.
So I'm kind of going off of that, based off of the potential difference between the Electoral College and the popular vote. One thing that's pretty contentious and in a lot of debate right now is the idea of the current system that enables minority rule in the United States. So with things like the census enabling redistricting and gerrymandering that could potentially impact the House districts, as well as the current structure of the Senate, and of course the Electoral College itself, what is your thoughts on the idea that a minority of people in the country could be voting to impact the power for the majority?
I would say it's kind of how the system is set up. The system is set up is to protect the minority rights, because in most democracies we tend to run into the problem of some mob rule at times. That's something that the founders, I believe, wanted to protect against, and that's why they created the two-winged Senate and House. While the House is elected by the popular vote, the Senate is equal across the board. And that's reflected in the Electoral College. Now, the Electoral College isn't perfect, and I would like to see a proportional system put in and not just a winner take all, which if we went to a proportional system, it would totally change the map as we know it today. Yeah,
definitely. I think that personally, I'm more of an opinion of some reforms that definitely go towards a more explicit majority rule situation, as a lot of people have been discussing lately. But I think that it's going to be an interesting topic to see play out, especially over the coming years, I think regardless of who ends up winning tonight. Definitely. Eric, do you have any other questions for Matthew?
I feel like we should ask a fun question.
Okay.
Something unnecessary. Oh, okay, yes. Is a hot dog a sandwich?
Depends on who's eating it.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Elaborate.
If someone thinks it's a sandwich who is eating it, it's a sandwich. If it's not, it's a meat patty thingy wrapped in bread.
That's the most libertarian answer you possibly.
All righty. Well, Matthew, thank you very much for joining us this
Of course.
evening. Hope that you can enjoy the rest of your night as much as is possible on the most political day of the year. We will be here, and again, if anybody does have questions for our guests, go ahead and leave those in the chat. But Matthew, it's been great to have you on. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
I hope to talk to you again soon.
Definitely. See you later, guys.
See ya.
All righty.
So New York Times is, with 62% reporting, estimating a slight tilt of 57% chance of Trump winning North Carolina now.
57%. Okay, that does check out. Interesting developments for sure. One thing to keep in mind is this is with 50% reporting, so it's not an insignificant number. 50% reporting. Biden is currently leading by about 7 points in Ohio. Ohio was probably a very low chance of they say that a Republican needs Ohio to make it to the White House. And that is still probably true. I don't see a path to victory if Trump does lose Ohio. But again, only 50% counting. These are likely mail-in ballots in early voting predominantly, and not necessarily today's results. So that one is still definitely too close to call. And like we expected, Pennsylvania is ridiculously slow. 5% of votes coming in Pennsylvania. That ain't going to tell you anything. So that is where we are right now. Does the chat have any questions for us? Eric, do you have anything else you'd like to chip in on? Anything that you've noticed? Yeah, I think you're probably more active on Twitter right now than I am.
Yeah, I'm following in results, and some people are starting to panic just because of Florida. But it doesn't seem like actually that much is going on. There's so much unknowns. People I follow are starting to boil into county levels, and they're like, ooh, this county in Kansas. You got to watch out for this county in Kansas. And I'm like,
no.
Okay, so those are some of the data scientists that are calling these races. So it is pretty interesting. But it's not useful.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Michigan also only 6% reporting, so that's pretty much statistically insignificant. Yeah, Texas and North Carolina are definitely where my attention is turned to right now. Ohio as well. I do expect that one to start turning towards Trump as time goes on. Maine is also considered a swing state. They have a really interesting electoral system. Eric, do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, so Maine and Nebraska both have split electoral college votes. So the way it works is that if you have the state as a whole, and then you have each of the two congressional districts. And so the electoral votes are actually split up amongst the two electoral districts proportionally based off of the winner. And it's not like exactly like 1-to-1, but effectively what you could get is out of Maine's electoral votes, you could get 2 going to Biden and 1 going to Trump. Similarly, in Nebraska, out of Nebraska's votes, you may get 1 going to Biden and the rest going to Trump. Both states do it a little bit differently. And they've been, I don't remember when they've started doing this, but they are the only states that don't have a winner-take-all system.
Hold on, I've gotten so many notifications. You know, if you want me to see something and texting me is not going to work really well right now. So post it in the chat or I will get to it when I can. But I am tied behind several screens rather. Adam asks, Eric, are you at home? If yes, say hi to mom for me.
Okay, we'll do.
Our parents have smartly decided to escape to the Hood Canal, and may or may not even be watching right now. They said, you know what? Whatever happens, happens, and we're gonna not be in a situation where they have to be anxious for the entire evening, no matter how late it goes. Elliot asks a very good question. Elliot asks, do you think Trump will have a peaceful transfer of power if he loses? Eric, do you want to tackle this one?
Yeah, so truth be told, yes, because the premise of a contested election requires court-based decisions. And what we've seen from the Supreme Court so far, and federal courts as well, is in general, they're not going to throw out ballots unless it was clearly against the law. And they're going to let the state legislature and state governments handle their elections. So they're not necessarily going to meddle or flip it. If a state makes a decision to go one way, the Supreme Court is not going to flip it the other way. So what might happen is the state might decide that their electoral votes should go to Biden, for instance, and Trump says it's too close and demand a recount. So then they have a recount. They discover a certain amount of ballots, but they realize that at a certain point, you're not going to be able to throw out enough ballots for bad signatures, naked envelopes coming in at the wrong time or not knowing when it came in. And so what's going to end up happening is come December, when the actual electors vote, the electors will vote, and that is actually the presidential election. So technically, there could be faithless electors who vote one way or another because of the contestedness of it. But the deadline is actually when the electors of the Electoral College, because when we think about these numbers of like, oh, Texas is 34 or Florida is 29, what does that mean? Those are 29 physical human beings who ordinarily would fly to DC, but I don't know what they're doing this year, to cast their ballots for Donald Trump on behalf of the state of Florida. And all 29 of them will vote for Donald Trump, even though 45% or more of Florida voted for Joe Biden. But those are the actual presidential votes. And so as long as they cast their ballots and 270 go to one of the candidates. So Sanjeev asks a good question. Didn't the Supreme Court rule against faithless electors this year? Yes. They ruled that faithless electors can be punished, can be fined by the state government. So, for instance, in the state of Washington, 2 of our electors were faithless, and one of them wrote in a candidate, and then the other one voted, I don't know, but Hillary Clinton should have gotten 2 more electoral votes than she actually did because of 2 people in the state of Washington who were chosen electors by the Democratic Party in the state of Washington, but ended up choosing to go against it. They were fined by the state government, or by the state governor for not following the will of the people by law. And they went to the Supreme Court, and it was determined that the states can fine electors for being faithless. They can't change the vote, though. So a faithless elector could be willing to throw away a certain amount of money, perhaps even jail time, depending on the state law, but the vote still counts. And now it's highly unlikely that a state will allow for someone to be chosen as an elector, because Elliot asks, how do you become an elector? And it's kind of a who's who popularity contest, not normally like politicians, but like community leaders, but active participants in the party. And the parties are the ones who choose their electors. So normally they want a good, diverse group that represents their communities, and they want it to kind of be in optics, because it's normally wholly symbolic. At that point, we already know who the election is going to go to. But technically, that doesn't have to happen. Technically, they could vote however way they wanted. But the parties are going to try and find party loyalists, and they're going to do everything they can to ensure that the people who are going to the to DC to cast their ballots are in fact going to be reasonable.
So Eric, what happens if you're, what does the Republican Party even bother to nominate electors in the state of Washington?
No, I believe they do still nominate electors.
Yes.
So you can be a elector even though you know you're never going to go to DC. They're chosen. Oh yes, Matthew Benson. Thank you, Matthew. They're selected by each party at their state convention and only cast a vote if that party wins their state. So, yeah. Now a lot can happen between the state convention and December when they go to DC, which explains kind of faithless electors. But normally they're chosen to be completely loyal.
Yes. All righty. Let's take a look and see if we have any additional updates over the last 10 minutes or so. Again, things are going to be trickling in a lot of different states. We're up to 52% in Ohio, 68% in North Carolina, 25% in Georgia. That one is heavily leaning towards Trump. That's 8% or a 12% lead, 14% lead for Trump in Georgia. But with 25%, that's, you can't really call that at this point. I don't know how. I think my guess is that Decision Desk expected a lower turnout in Florida than we actually saw. And as a result, say Politico has an 88% of expected vote in Florida, and Decision Desk has 99% expected vote in Florida. Now these are based off of, in most states, the total popular the total popular vote cast in the state, but in some states it's going to be based on a precinct basis. So that will depend on what this site is using. So I find that a little interesting that we do see two completely different numbers, but with the same result. It's just that Decision Desk is confident enough to have called Florida. Matthew is saying that it's toss-up territory in Texas, and let's see if I can get any data that's updated enough. Yes, if we see here on the Washington Post, it is a 0.1% lead for Joe Biden in Texas with 55% counted. So definitely too close to call. Actually, it just updated to 61%. And with that cohort, Biden ends up taking a 2 or 3 point lead. So one thing that you're going to see here is things are going to shift a lot, especially in these swing states as more and more report. And honestly, with some of them, until we get to 80, 90, 95%, we're really not going to know what it is. Now, the people who are getting paid to do this are keeping tabs on what counties have reported and not what the turnout was in various different places. They're obviously looking at exit polls in their analyses as well. So it's going to be a little chaotic on those fronts for sure. Alrighty, who is our next special guest? We're just going to have to wait and find out, because if we told you in advance, then what fun would that make it? Let's see, what site are we using for our map? All of them. We're using all of them. So we've got Washington Post, Decision Desk, and Politico up here. Eric's got the New York Times, and
yeah. So Georgia, North Carolina look increasingly like they're going to go towards Trump. Again, not a surprising result, but those have been more swing states this year than they ever have been before. So still interesting to watch out for. North Carolina is reporting about 70 to 80% of the votes in, and Biden has a slight lead of about 52%. But based on the counties that haven't reported their election results yet, and based off of the early voting versus same day voting, they're slowly realizing that Biden has an unlikely chance of winning North Carolina, but it's still too close to call.
All righty. So yeah, a lot of things are happening. That definitely, that early voting and mail-in voting component makes this year really weird. In previous years, when 90+% of the vote was cast in person on election day, what ends up happening is, say 25% is reporting. That 25%, that ratio of the vote distribution is likely to hold throughout the night, except in extreme cases where you're dealing with certain cities and certain counties that are reporting faster than others. Today, we can throw that out the window. And so a lot of states are looking at what the early vote share was. You have to take a look at, in some states like Florida, we did have party distribution on early voting. So their party affiliation is attached to the information about who has voted and who hasn't, so they can actually aggregate that data and take a look at things. So that's going to be really interesting to see how that pans out as the night goes on, because we will mostly be getting in many states data from today as opposed to mail-in voting. Obviously exceptions, Pennsylvania, the glaring one, where everybody else is up in the 50, 60, 70% range. Michigan and Pennsylvania are at 9 and 7% respectively, which is kind of annoying, but that's just the way that their state worked, and that's what the Supreme Court said that the state had to stick to, because that was their original platform. Eric, I think it's time for our next guest.
I think so too.
All righty. So I'm just gonna go ahead and bring him on right now. Here is live from, are you in Iowa?
I'm not. I'm actually in Seattle right now.
You're in Seattle. All right. Here is a real life Iowa caucus goer. Here.
It's true.
Maybe we start with that.
Yeah, Kier, do you want to tell us a little bit about yourself?
Sure. So I'm a student at Grinnell College currently. I'm technically a rising third year still because I'm taking a semester off. Yeah, I'm an organizer. I volunteered a bunch for the Bernie Sanders campaign in the Iowa race, and I've been volunteering with the Sunrise Movement in the general election a bunch for a bunch of their different House and Senate candidates. So yeah, organizer and general politics anxiety watcher.
Do you have any other plans for this evening, or is it just sitting around and holding your breath?
Yeah, mostly that. I think trying not to hold my breath too long, and trying to expect that it will keep going for a couple days at least until we know the results, knowing that it could be faster, it could be longer. Yeah, that's the plan basically.
Absolutely. So you did mention that you're both involved in the Bernie Sanders campaign, and you're still involved in the Sunrise Movement. How would you describe your political philosophy?
Yeah, I think my political philosophy is constantly evolving. If you'd asked me 2 years ago, I probably would have said, well, I'm a liberal, and now I don't know if that term quite describes me as well. I'd say I'm progressive, and part of that is a way of saying democratic socialist without using the word Democrat or socialist. But yeah, to be honest, it's constantly evolving. I think the nice thing about these elections is that it makes it pretty easy for me, because there's a clear choice, between kind of good and evil in the presidential, and then in the down the ballot races, they're at least the ones that I've been paying close attention to. For example, in Texas, one of the ones that I'm keeping a close eye on right now is the Texas 25th Texas 25th district race between Julie Oliver and Roger Williams. So Julie Oliver is one of my favorite candidates in the field right now. She's a Sunrise Movement endorsed Green New Deal champion, former healthcare finance person who she actually put herself through school and was a single mom at the same time. And she's actually, Roger Williams, who she's running against, is the second richest member of Congress and a staunch Trump Republican. So I think to bring it back to the original question, I definitely describe myself as a progressive. I'm much more in the AOC Bernie Sanders wing of the party, but I'm also open to other schools of thought and trying to keep an open mind all the time. So yeah.
Awesome. Yes, if in case you're wondering at home, we do have a very diverse political political representation here over the course of the evening planned for you. So we're going to be bouncing back and forth between different parts of the political spectrum, and Keir is probably on the opposite end. I think it'd be fair to say as our last guest, Matthew. That being said, I do want to ask a little bit more about the Sunrise Movement, because I think to me that's something that's very important. Moving forward, especially among our generation. I think that's kind of the entire point of the Sunrise Movement.
Sure.
In that, would you say that climate change is your biggest driving issue? Or do you think that there's something that's a little bit more pressing for you? Obviously, most people aren't single issue voters, but occasionally that there should be in most people something that stands out above the rest.
Yeah, I'm not sure that climate change is my one issue. I think there are a lot of other hoops that candidates have to jump through. First, to say a little bit about the Sunrise Movement and their vetting process, it's very rigorous, and so just endorsing a policy like the Green New Deal is not won't get a Sunrise Movement endorsement for a candidate. So I don't think climate is necessarily my top priority. It's up there, but I think concern about climate. I guess to clarify a little bit what I meant about the Sunrise Movement and their vetting process, they have very serious standards about campaign finance, where candidates are getting their money. Are they funded by the grassroots or kind of fake grassroots, like AstroTurf candidates with for example, in the presidential early on, I know Kirsten Gillibrand's campaign was spending $50 in their, so they were using $50 worth of campaign funds to get $1 worth of grassroots donations, so that they could boost their numbers for grassroots, the number of grassroots donors that they had achieved. So Sunrise is very focused on the kind of grassroots level campaign finance, and really making sure that corporations don't get a say in candidates' policies. And so that's where I'm coming from. I think it has to do a whole lot with our health insurance and health insurance policy, and our climate policy for sure. But I think it reaches to pretty much every aspect of our politics, and that's a big chasm between the kind of Nancy Pelosi Democrat and an AOC Democrat, is that take on campaign finance and where a candidate should get their money. So yeah, I think that's kind of if I was to boil it down to one thing, it would be that kind of more like the difference between the kind of more Machiavellian, we'll get big donations to do the right thing, and the view that campaigns should be financed on the grassroots level by real people, and shouldn't be privileging some voices over others in the election process. So I think, yeah, that and climate intersects with that in a huge way. So that's where I'm coming from on that end of the spectrum.
So one of the questions that we asked Matthew that I thought was pretty good, what's your political hill to die on? And I know the Sunrise Movement is prioritizing climate change, but if it's something that's not necessarily climate or science related, what do you think that super obscure political issue that you'd be willing to stake an entire election on, per se? What would that be for you?
Yeah, I've been thinking about that a lot, and I think kind of a more general answer to the question. It's not a specific hill to die on, but I'm really not a fan of the like big time kind of fetishization that we have with the Constitution and the founding fathers. I think that, like, the idea to me that the state of Wyoming gets 2 senators and California gets 2 senators is absurd. Because, I mean, if you look at by population, that's like the city of Pittsburgh having the same say in the Senate as the entire state of California. And so I think there are things in our Constitution and in like the most fundamental branches of our government that should be reformed. And one of those is also like the Supreme Court. We've seen a lot of stuff about Amy Coney Barrett and what a president should or shouldn't do in nominating Supreme Court justices. And it's, for me, it's been a real journey in the past few months to like realizing that how undemocratic the Supreme Court is, and that it's really always been a political body. They've always ruled on political issues, but it was just favorable to those in power to say that they were not apolitical or somehow separated from the rest of the world and the politics that impact the rest of our lives. So I think that kind of I've gradually realized that maybe a bunch of white aristocrats who thought that they could own other human beings didn't come up with the best idea for a government ever, and so we should start reforming some of those more fundamental institutions of our government. And like the Electoral College is an easy one, where it's really pretty obvious how undemocratic it is. So yeah, I think that's my hill to die on, is that fight over the Constitution and the kind of sanctity of our government.
That was really well put. I really
Thank you.
appreciate that, because it requires a lot of analysis to be able to justify it. So I didn't want to like cut you off or anything.
Yeah.
For folks listening in on our conversations, we're not going to be debating with our guests. We're interested in hearing what they have to say and how they're feeling right now. So as we have as results coming in, what are your emotions right now? Are you feeling more stressed, less stressed? Are you more optimistic, less optimistic for your candidates? What do you see so far, and how does that translate into how you're feeling?
I think initially I was keeping a very close eye on Florida, and then realized that might not be such a good idea for my my mental and emotional well-being. So I think if I was to just checking on that house race in Texas between Julie Oliver and Roger Williams, it's looking pretty good. There's only like 50-something% of the vote in at this point, but Julie Oliver is ahead by about 1%, it looks like. And now they're up to 70% of votes reported. Yeah, so I'm feeling pretty good. I think if I might complain a little bit about about 538, I think people lift up 538 and view it as the end all be all, and their polls and their analyses. But throughout this race for Julie Oliver in particular, just because that's the one we're looking at, 538 said that there was in their models kind of misleading. They said 11 in 100 of their scenarios she won the race, but the margin was only 2 or 3%. And the last poll that they had analyzed was from the beginning of September. And so I'd like to add on that, I think there's some bragging to be done for the Sunrise Movement. They've made I was phone banking this weekend, and we had at the end of this weekend we had called through their entire list of voters in the whole district 5 times. And like youth voter turnout is up 600% for early voting in Texas. And so they've been putting in some serious work on the ground too, not just on the phone. So I'm very excited about those races. And I think something I've been trying to ground myself in is just paying attention to what this means for the long term. Like Sunrise isn't going to go away. I'm definitely going to try to be even more invested after the election than I was before in organizing and getting real pressure on candidates, and real pressure on those officials that do get elected. And I think Sunrise has been terrifically effective in that. So I'm trying to stay grounded in that and know whatever happens tonight, it matters. It's incredibly important. And there's no reason that it will be the end for any organizing or any activism kind of stuff. So I'm feeling pretty good about those races, just keeping an eye on the different ones. Yeah.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, thank you very much for all of your insight. I mean, I think that you really touched on all of the things that are definitely important to you and the people around you. But is there anything else that you wanna leave us with as we maybe some advice for how to take the rest of the evening?
I think I'd say like don't freak out if it's not if you go to bed not knowing who won and not knowing what it's going to look like, and that like stay engaged. It doesn't end tomorrow. It won't end when we know who won the presidency. All of these things that I think the presidential race has highlighted, these inequities in our societies, these fundamental chasms between the resources that are afforded to white and Black communities and other communities. Those were all here before Trump, and they'll be here long after him. And so it's going to take some seriously hard work, more than just one election to fix those issues. So I encourage people to get out and join organizations, join their local Sunrise Hub, get involved, take direct action. And I think that's how we're going to make some serious fundamental change.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much again for joining us. And unfortunately, we do have to go because it is 9 o'clock, and that means another wave of states have just started coming in. But thank you very much, Keir, for joining us. Hope you enjoy the rest of your evening as best as you possibly can for somebody as politically active as you are. Have a good one.
All right, you too. Thanks for having me on.
All righty. Well, with that, we do have the 9 o'clock results. It has been said that according to Politico, Nebraska, all 3 districts of Nebraska have been called for Trump with 0% reporting, which is interesting because one of the districts in Nebraska was considered a swing district. Also, New Mexico has been called for Biden with 0%. Wyoming, South Dakota, and North Dakota are all going towards Donald. That's about it so far. Eric, have you noticed anything?
New York Times is predicting the exact same thing. They've also called a fair number of the northeastern states that are pretty obvious to, I think, to most people: Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey, Connecticut, New York. Those hadn't been called yet because I don't know why. It seems like that would be one of those kind of 0% reporting cases, but we're seeing that although technically Joe Biden is leading Donald Trump significantly in the Electoral College so far, mainly because of those populous East Coast states plus Illinois, it's still a long way away. And we're seeing some interesting movement in North Carolina and Georgia. We're seeing a little bit of a shift back towards Biden, but it's still about 80% in Georgia to Trump, 80% chance, I should say, of Trump winning there, and about an 80% chance of Trump winning North Carolina as well. One of the things that I'm really interested in is the Senate races so far. 0 Senate races have flipped. Let me share my screens right now, and I will get you guys a chance to take a look at the Senate maps here from Decision Desk. So if we see here, this is the live map of the results from Decision Desk. It has one of the cleanest UIs, easiest, and they're often some of the first to call states. So these are just the Senate maps. So that's why everything in light gray does not have a Senate race this year. Everything in dark gray is a Senate race that hasn't closed yet. And then everything that's colored in, either these hash marks here, which is a little bit hard to see, means that it's leading. And then a solid color like dark, like blue here, red here, means that it's called. So if we go up to the top, we can see that so far 0 seats have been flipped. Everything is running as expected. But some of the most exciting races were in the South. So we think about David Perdue versus John Ossoff. With about a third of the votes come in, Perdue has a sizable 17-point lead. Likewise, Jamie Harrison is down 8 points from Lindsey Graham with about a fifth to a quarter of the votes in so far, but that's still too close to call. And then in North Carolina, Cal Cunningham is leading Tom Tillis, but only by about 3.5 points. So still very close there. In Mississippi, or excuse me, in Alabama, Doug Jones is actually beating Tommy Tuberville, but only 4% are in. So those results are just starting to come in, and it's going to take a long time before we really know what's happening in the Senate. If we flip back over to the presidency, which is what everyone's most excited about, we can see that the map has a lot more color in it than it did just a few minutes ago. We see these states here called for Donald Trump. Actually, interestingly, North Dakota and New Mexico have been called as well on other outlets, but it's not showing up here yet. So it will probably just give it another minute or two, and we'll see those pop in. Here are the East Coast blocks, but again, it's hard to notice these stripes here, which is the unfortunate thing about this visual. But we can see that with only about 12% reporting in Pennsylvania, Joe Biden is winning by 50 points, which is obviously meaning that urban areas have released more votes than rural areas. Pennsylvania is going to be incredibly close, and so you really can't tell anything from this right now. Similarly with Ohio, we have a lot more votes in there, about 60%. And Joe Biden's lead is about 8 points, which is actually pretty sizable. One of the interesting things that I've seen on Twitter so far in the discussions is focusing on individual counties in non-swing states, because we get results from, say, places like Indiana at the beginning of the night. And the advantage there is that if we find a swing district in a overall red state, we can use that to kind of extrapolate out what might be happening in places that have similar demographics and similar economic situations. So with Indiana, you can use it for a lot of the other Rust Belt states up north in the Great Lakes area, even though the vast majority of Indiana goes red very, very easily. So what we're seeing is that actually the Midwest seems increasingly going towards Biden. Now, why did Florida go red? This is also particularly interesting. And it might surprise you if you haven't heard so far, but the general consensus based on exit polls is Hispanics, specifically Cuban Americans, but Hispanics in general came out in way more support for Donald Trump this year than they did in 2016. Now,
Eric, I actually have some really interesting news here. We will be joined by a Cuban American from Broward County, or from South Florida. My friend Kenny will be joining us at 10:45 Eastern. So we'll definitely want to be asking him about why Florida is the way it is.
Yeah, Florida, just keep being yourself. But in all honesty, it was a huge swing by almost 20 points more for Trump than support he got in 2016. Now, that doesn't mean that more than half of the Hispanic population there voted for Trump, but it does mean that it was so much bigger of a gain for Trump than it was earlier. So that alone can swing it. And if we look at those urban populations, specifically just in Miami, you take a look at one county, Miami-Dade County, and you see that Joe Biden only won it by, say, 10% when he needed to win it by 20 or 30%. And that was all she wrote. So the rest of the state was able to overpower that kind of large urban center and take it for Trump. So we're seeing a kind of a general red wave across the South, except for Texas is still far too close to call. We're seeing generally more bluish results in the North. But this is, again, very much speculation. There's just so many more ballots to count, and it's going to take a long time before we get really substantial results coming in from Michigan, Ohio, and Pennsylvania. Let's see. Yes, Matthew, Florida's been actually called for a little while now, which is, it's interesting to analyze as to why that might be happening. But it looks like Georgia and North Carolina are going to go towards Trump as well. Still too close to call for those two as we continue moving forward.
All righty. So do we have any additional questions in the chat? We have a few minutes here. The 9 o'clock hour, I guess, was actually a little bit less eventful at the start than we had kind of expected it to be. I suppose most of the swing states, the polls have closed in, and we're just waiting for it to trickle on through. I do like the New York Times graphics for the ones that are too close to call. It just flat out tells you right on the map. It's hard to see here, but flat out tells you right on the map what the percentage is. So in Georgia, we're at 32%, North Carolina, 77, Ohio, 55. So those are the ones where it's too close to call. And we shall see how it ends up panning out over the coming hours and potentially days. So that is probably going to be one of the more difficult things about this election. People have been talking about it for literally 1,300 days. And we have a few more to go. It is unlikely that we'll get an answer from Michigan and Pennsylvania tonight. I would say that pretty much every other state that's out so far will at least have a general inclination of at the end of the night. But we shall see. So it's going to be interesting to see how it pans out. I expect a lot to happen here in the next hour or so. That is indeed what we have going on. I did mention this on Twitter quite a while ago, but at some point or another, if the results are slow for a second, you might take a meme break. So if you do have election-related memes, send them to me. Because I may or may not share them. I'm also going to volunteer Eric for this. Share them with Eric because he may or may not share them. But if we do have some time for that, then we might cross that bridge. So, just something a little bit more lighthearted because I think we all need that.
We finally have a Senate update that might
be a Senate update. What?
Interesting. Yes. And the Senate update is that John Hickenlooper has won Colorado.
This is a very big deal.
So that is a flip. We finally have a flip. So something exciting has happened besides Florida. We get to talk about something else. If you go to Decision Desk, Colorado and Arizona, New Mexico, Wyoming, they all closed their polls just now. Arizona's going to take almost an hour before we start getting results because, of course, it does. But we at least know in Colorado, Hickenlooper has a sizable lead with only about a third of the votes coming in. It's substantial enough that the math is showing an almost impossible path to victory for Cory Gardner. So John Hickenlooper is our first flipped seat in the United States Senate. Very exciting to hear that.
The key number there is 3 to 4. The current Senate is 53 Republicans and 47 Democrats. So that means that if the Democrats want to take control of the Senate, they need either 3 votes and the presidency, because then they'd have the vice president and Kamala Harris, who would then be the tiebreaker, or they can have 4 votes outright, and then Trump would be president, and they'd have a Democratic entire Congress. So those are the 2 different pathways to victory for the Democrats in the Senate. Key races to look out for. We do have only about 30% reporting in South Carolina. Lindsey Graham with a lead over Jamie Harrison. In Alabama, we have about 6% reporting. Doug Jones does hold the lead there, but that's pretty much insignificant and is actually likely to flip back to the Republican. If you remember, that was the election in 2018 that flipped from Republican to Democrat because that was Jeff Sessions' old seat. And Doug Jones was the Democrat that nobody liked, but he wasn't a pedophile. So therefore he won. That was it. Welcome to Alabama. I apologize if there are people in Alabama who are watching this, but I think 2 people who are from Alabama, so I think the odds of that are pretty low. And then we also are going to be keeping an eye on Maine. Susan Collins is up with 3% reporting, so really nothing super of note there. Another dangerous Democratic seat, Gary Peters in Michigan, is also up. And we'll see about that with just about 12% reporting. Kansas, Barbara Bollier is up with 50% in, so that could be quite interesting to see how that pans out as well. And there's a few other key Senate races, especially Arizona. So with that being said, it is already 9:15 Eastern, 8:15 Central, 7:15 Mountain, and 6:15 Pacific.
Time flies.
That's how time zones work. And what that means is it is time for our third guest. Now, this is a guest who I have gotten to know very, very well over the last 3 years. He is coming to us live from Lafayette, Indiana. But he's of note not because he's in Indiana, but because he is a mythical creature from the actual real life state of South Dakota.
Wait,
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
South Dakota?
Please welcome Chris Lauer.
Hello.
So first question, are you sure South Dakota exists?
Yeah, well, I've spent about 19 of my years on this earth in South Dakota, so I'm pretty confident. But I mean, they could have been lying, I guess. It could have been just like an extension of North Dakota or something. Who knows, really?
All in favor of making the Dakota one state?
Good.
It would decrease the number of electoral votes we have, so I'm for it.
Okay, good. All righty. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, in my opinion, if you make Puerto Rico a state, you got to combine the Dakotas to balance it out.
But then DC makes it, so then who else do you combine,
Maryland. Arlington is already part of Virginia. It was supposed to be a square, folks, and then they cut off one half of the Potomac. Why not just cut off the other half of the Potomac? It's Maryland and Virginia.
Yeah.
They're the same.
Anyway.
That's my take. Chris has the floor. We got to ask him.
Honestly, my only thing is I want an even number of stars on the flag. That's all I care about. We could add 10 states. I'm good with it.
I'm with you on that one. I like the even number of stars. I've seen a couple of good concepts for 51, 52, and 53, but they're not quite as good as 50. I think the 52 is the best one though of the three. So, that's where I stand in that regard. So Chris, how are you feeling right now?
Not great. I feel okay.
You feel
Florida
okay?
obviously was a surprise, but Florida is always a surprise. So, right now, Ohio is looking pretty good, which I think is a big one. North Carolina is looking fine. So, there's still a pretty wide path to victory for Biden, and that's what I'm keeping an eye on.
Absolutely. Well, speaking of Biden, how would you describe your political opinions?
I was going
to let's just say I would be a lot more excited tonight if Elizabeth Warren was at the top of the ticket. I'm fine with Biden. I was never very anti-Biden. I didn't vote for him in the primary. I probably never would have voted for him in the primary, but I've been on board. I've been riding with Biden, as they say, since day one. And I was happy to vote for him, even if my vote, got sent off to South Dakota to be thrown in a heap of wasted votes. But I digress. I'm happy with Biden, but I would be more progressive than him. I'm happy to see that he was willing to work alongside some progressive voices to come up with what's now being called Biden Care. I think it gets us a lot closer to where we should be as a developed nation. And his aggressive climate plan is also something I'm quite happy about. So, yeah, you know what? Biden's all right with me. And assuming things go well in the next couple of days here, 4 years with Biden will be a good next step, I think, for this country, in my opinion.
I would have to agree with you on most of that. That is, yeah. I am, for the record, for those of you who maybe didn't catch my intro an hour and 15 minutes ago, but Eric and I are both polling for Biden this year. So fingers crossed. But
well, I mean, you more than me. I will say that. Like, For my perspective, I wore a purple shirt for a reason.
Yeah.
I'm hardcore purple, smack dab in the middle.
I mean, normally I am. It's just that this year it just so happens that the circumstances dictated my affiliations. so to speak.
Yeah. Now, Chris, if you had to pick one item that if you were president you would fix, like an executive order, but don't worry about the Constitution, one thing, what would it be? So I know you already mentioned healthcare, so we'll maybe pass on that one. But one.
Okay. So that was my answer, but yeah, we'll put that aside.
It can't be easy.
Well, you know what? Then I'll just go to my next line item. Then I already mentioned it as well, but I would go with an aggressive climate plan. Being the leader on green energy, creating green jobs, green infrastructure. It's the way of the future, and America, should be leading these technological advancements like we always have, supposedly. But we can put ourselves, somewhere towards the top of that industry, creating green energy, and in doing so, creating a lot of good paying green jobs. So that would probably be my first thing to do, because I want to be carbon neutral. I want to make sure that America can be in the lead for a lot of these things in the next couple of decades.
Definitely. All right, so we do have a question from the chat that I think Chris's perspective might be pretty interesting for. So Emily asks, do you think Texas has any chance to go blue?
So I've been watching pretty closely tonight, but of course, I was sitting here getting set up, so I need to go check what I am thinking.
Eric, what's the New York Times projection at?
New York Times has Texas. Well, it's not a projection, but they have them exactly tied. Biden losing by roughly 300 votes right now.
Okay, according to Decision Desk,
66.
I don't know why the data is different, but Decision Desk is having Biden up by about 1%, which is about 110,000 votes. So,
okay. So it's looking worse. It started out okay, but I think that the thing with Texas, and correct me if I'm wrong, they've been counting their early votes for a long time. Yeah. So that probably created that comfortable lead for Biden for a while. And if it's chipped away to that point already, it's probably not looking too good for him. But I don't know what the share is right now between the two.
Yeah, what I find really interesting is Trump was the one saying that we need a winner on election night, but the results from the get-go are going to favor Biden.
Yeah.
And we knew that. So doesn't make a whole lot of sense there, but cool. Okay.
Isn't necessarily true though, because some of the states that are going to be stragglers are going to be Ohio and Pennsylvania. So those are going to be
Michigan's quite slow. They're up to a whopping 23%. Wow. Wisconsin's not coming in. They're at 15%. So they're going a bit faster. Pennsylvania has finally reached 17%. Well, we'll see. But those states are going to be very, very painfully slow.
Definitely.
It is what it is. All right, we do have another question. What state do we think is going to be the tipping point? In my opinion, it's probably Pennsylvania. What about you guys?
I think if Arizona goes blue, then I think we'll know Arizona's results much faster than Pennsylvania's. So if I actually think about when we'll be able to call an election, I see it as Arizona before Pennsylvania. And I think that Pennsylvania is going to be important, but it's going to, we'll be able to see what happens earlier on.
I would say, the Arizona would be a big one. I think the math becomes a lot more clear if Pennsylvania gets decided. So that could, be another way to look at it as far as tipping point goes. But if Ohio goes Biden and then Pennsylvania follows, it's effectively over. So that would probably be my duo of a tipping point, I guess.
Yeah. So New York Times now has North Carolina at 90% likely that Trump will win.
Wow. Okay. Well, that is that is news.
I don't understand their I've been watching their arrows as well, and it doesn't make very much sense when you look at the county level results out of the state. Biden is overperforming Clinton. He's overperforming Obama in nearly every county that they've been showing. So I'm not really sure where those numbers are coming from. But
so, Chris, let me share screens just briefly.
Sure.
Because the answer comes down to this map here. Carl, let me know. Am I on?
You're on here.
Okay. So this is votes counted,
Sure.
and this is votes estimated remaining. And so
That's
we see
painful.
these
Yeah.
big red circles left. And that means that the number for Trump, even though we're at 80% counted, it's going to go 85, 90, 95, and each wave of new ballots counted is going to chip away at Biden's lead until by the time that it's over, we're expecting a Trump victory. So it's not done deal yet. It's not solidified, but we're at 92% likelihood, which is a big swing up from Georgia's turnout or prediction right here. And that has to mainly do with the fact that North Carolina is at 80% and Georgia's only at 40%,
Sure.
even though we expect the margin of victory to be in Georgia much higher.
Yeah, I mean, I never trusted Georgia to go Biden. I thought that was a reach from the get-go.
So these three, the reason that this is what New York Times is focusing on is because we expect to be able to know the winner of each of these three states tonight. Oh, but we don't. We don't expect to know Pennsylvania and Ohio and Michigan, Wisconsin potentially tonight. Now, some of them maybe one or two, but not all of them. It's for whatever reason, the way that the election laws work, it's just not going to be the case. And so the New York Times decided that it was mostly you could focus on those three states. And if Biden won one of those, then we know pretty much Biden's going to win because there were long shots for Biden, but they were technically possible. But now with Trump almost going to win probably all three of them, we now have to just wait. And it's going to take a lot longer. We're not going to get that instant win kind of decision tonight. So,
and to go back to Carl's point, this is a dream scenario for Trump because he was able to create that rhetoric of, the election should be decided on the night of the election. So, if he wins, if he has this nice Southern firewall being put in place, he's going to be able to drive that rhetoric in the future. Whether or not it'll be effective or not, we'll see. But he can say, I won in the election, and now all these things are flipping as time goes on, and that'll start to create that pretty uncomfortable place for America.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how it plays out. I mean, we did see the kind of the brace for impact among businesses in a lot of urban centers, DC in particular, with boarding up a lot of windows. To be fair, I understand it's a lot cheaper to buy some plywood than it is to replace big floor-to-ceiling windows. And so from an insurance perspective, it does make sense, even if you think that the risk of, or the odds of something getting violent is low. So far, it doesn't seem like we've seen anything particularly alarming. In almost any city, there were some reports of gunmen in Indianapolis, but it seems like they were just kind of being a little obnoxious about open carry.
A couple of jabronis.
And they didn't end up posing any harm or anything like that. So that was kind of how that panned out. Hansen asks, could we expect any ordinarily decided states to swing to the other party this election? No. Basically, any potential swing states were accounted for in the polls. And so there's kind of a range, there's a spectrum of what could swing and what couldn't swing. And the states that couldn't swing, we know for sure aren't going to swing. That's why with 0% reporting, they can call South Dakota for Trump. That's just kind of how that works. A lot of people don't like it when they do that because they're saying, they're like, but there's a chance. yes,
Up Florida, South Dakota, there's not a chance.
Literally 1 in a million chance that South Dakota could go blue, but you would have to I don't know what would have to be the case for that to happen. It would be kind of ridiculous. So it's so far-fetched that some of those states would swing that it is a safe bet, and we really don't have to pay attention to them. And if you don't like it, that's the Electoral College for you.
Well, I don't necessarily think it's totally fair to say that, Carl, because obviously Georgia is not looking good for Biden, but that could have flipped. Texas still could flip.
Yes.
So there are some traditional.
The thing is, I would consider those as in those would be like we knew they had a chance of this happening.
Okay.
Whereas if you had said that like a few years ago, somebody would have been like, "Oh no way, Texas is a red state, Georgia's a red state." Right. So it depends on your time scale, I guess, is what you're looking at, right?
Right.
Anyway, with that, I do want to be fair to all of our guests and give you the same amount of time because I could probably keep going for a little longer here. But I am going to ask you what your closing thoughts are, closing remarks. I liked asking Kier what his advice for the viewers is. I don't know if you have any wisdom to bestow.
Well, this is going to be a painful couple of days, I think, because it's going to be very slow. These first results are fast. The rest is going to trickle. And since there wasn't anything resounding today, it's going to be a while before we know what's going on, probably. So be prepared for the long haul. And my other advice is, just stay hydrated. This is probably not coffee or water or anything. It's so stay hydrated, stay loose, and we'll get through this.
Chris, might I ask what you're drinking?
It's a Corona. So
it's okay. Well,
but it's tastefully contained in this coffee cup. So
nice. We got to keep this. Television friendly, even though we're on the internet.
Exactly.
Basically, as long as I don't play copyrighted music, it's fine. So, we just have Minnesota up on the board, 8% reporting. So, that's exciting. Yay, Minnesota, I guess. Nice place.
Minnesota is very nice.
So, anyway, thanks for coming on, Chris. Really appreciate having you here. Hopefully it goes in a way that isn't going to deteriorate our mental or emotional health over the next couple of days. Again, been great having you on, and we'll talk later.
All right, see you guys.
Take care. All righty. So, Eric, what are we seeing?
Honestly, not a whole lot of updates. Nothing particularly surprising. So a few states have been called. Colorado for Biden, DC, which actually has 3 electoral college votes for Biden, and Oklahoma for Trump. But that's about it. It's slow going. The next wave around 7 o'clock is going to have much better stuff, and I think we'll get the first initial look at what kind of results we're going to get out of Arizona. Biden's lead in Texas is slipping. It jumps up and then it goes down, and then jumps up and then it goes down. And so far it's still about 100,000 votes. But we're just gonna see a lot of guesses at this point. There's nothing too interesting. Now, Madison Cawthorn is now the youngest member of the United States Congress. Madison is a 25-year-old Republican from Asheville, North Carolina, and has won election there in the North Carolina 11th district, making him now the youngest member of Congress, usurping AOC from that role.
See if I can find it.
So it's one of those things where it's not like a big deal because we kind of knew he had a pretty good shot in his district, but
his biggest thing was winning the primary. It was an open primary. There was not an incumbent, but it was a bit of a surprise back in several years ago in like May or March or whatever that was when he won his primary and had a clear path to this happening. So I don't necessarily agree with all of his policies, but it's kind of cool to see more young people being elected to very important leadership positions. And obviously, because time exists as a construct or not, we're going to see more of that happening. But
That's fair.
he's the first person that you could even argue is a Gen Z in Congress. He's technically a millennial by most definitions.
Yeah.
But again, it's arbitrary, so who cares?
Yeah, we're Zennials in the middle here, and
Yup.
there's another term for this generation that I can't say because it involves explicit language, but it's
Yes, I remember last year I was watching my stream from or not last year, 4 years ago, and Erica Grammy was tuning in, and she kept commenting that I was using too harsh language, or my friends were. I wasn't even all the time, but the people I had on the stream were. Yeah, trying to keep it PG this time around. Haven't seen a lot in the chat recently. What do you have? What's going on in your mind? What are you asking about? What are you wondering? What would you like us to try and talk about? Is there anything interesting you see as happening that maybe we've missed so far? Otherwise, it might be time for the memes. Maybe. We'll see.
I think it's meme time.
Is it meme time? Alrighty, I'm gonna set this up real quick.
I don't think our viewership is going to get lower than it is right now, so I think that's perfect time.
Okay, this is perfect meme hour. Alrighty.
I'm not going to spend an hour on it.
I mean, no, we're not. That would be ridiculous. Okay, I have a few memes from Sarah. She asked me to show these first, so I'm gonna start with this one. Oh, here, no, I just want the tab.
How about you just screen share? 'Cause you're not going to be able to see that.
Okay, yeah, that's true.
Unless you turn off my video, which I mean.
Well, the problem is that I'm on. I have to.
I mean, you could just turn off. Nathan, we're not talking about Ivanka tonight. It's not.
No, is he still thinking that?
How do you feel about an Ivanka 2024 presidency?
Yeah, Eric, the problem is I'm not signed into any. Eric, the problem is I'm not signed into any social media on this on the computer I'm streaming from.
Okay. All right. Well, if that's the case, then I'm going to go get some food because you've eaten dinner and I haven't because you're 3 hours ahead of me. So
Yeah.
Carl gets to take over for the memes for the time being, and then we'll come back and analyze how bad Nathan's question was. Sorry, Nathan.
Okay.
All right, you got to turn on the video.
Here, let me zoom in a bit. I mean, it's not like the TV isn't high enough resolution. But this is I feel absolute dread in this me tonight.
Carl, we can't see that. You have to turn off my video. You have to.
Oh, I have to turn off your video, right? Okay, yes.
And then
okay.
your video begins.
There we go. Hey, guess what, everybody? I shut Eric up. Wow, what a concept! I've been waiting my whole life to do that. Not really. But here's Keanu Reeves with his I voted sticker. Here's Mindy Kaling with her I voted sticker. This is Jane Lynch saying that she's going to create a strong mixed drink. And there's a decent chance I do that after this. Not necessarily related to the results, just because I feel like that just seems like a good idea. And then in case we do end up going into a coup situation, it's a good question to ask. For the record, I'm not asking this because I have the answer, but that's, you shoot your shot, folks. Well, why not now? Everybody is glued to their phones, probably death refreshing Twitter. So, a DM might be a welcome surprise. And then finally, bro, I'm straight up not having a good time. Absolute classic. Definitely encompasses what's happening tonight. All right, I got to pull up the next set because people are sending to me all over different social media platforms. So this is a little bit of a juggling act because I've got screens in 3 different places. Oh, shut up, Chrome. No, I have a tab suspender. So that was what was happening there. Somehow our viewership has gone up since I've been talking about memes. Maybe that's a sign. But here we go. These are a couple of good tweets from earlier today. This is, I think, my favorite. If anybody's really concerned about what is going to happen tonight, just know that when in doubt, Jeb. It's Jeb. It's always Jeb. It's always been Jeb. It's Jeb. So there we go, just in case you're wondering. And I think I did get something on, I did get a video on Facebook Messenger. There's 0% chance that's going to work, Colin. Sorry. That's just the way it is. So I will personally watch those later, Colin. But no, we're not going to, I don't think I'm going to be able to show a video on here. Eric might be able to. So if you really, really want it to be shown, just send it to Eric and then he'll do his thing. But it's just the setup that I have where I have 2 different computers. And the one that I'm streaming on is actually my roommate Shlok. So shout out to Shlok for being really accommodating here and helping me out a ton. Also shout out to Colin for making the graphics. I mentioned that at the very beginning, but people cycle in and out, so I figured I'd give him another shout out. He's also the one who made the ones that you saw on Instagram and Facebook and Twitter and Snapchat and you name it. So Colin was a huge help, and he was the impetus for the original 2016 live stream that was the inspiration for this here today. Eric is still awkwardly just looking at his camera, and you can't see him, but I can see him, and it's great. But anyway, he's I guess getting his food. So I think we have maybe one more I haven't actually looked at this one, so I gotta vet it before I post it onto the screen. But let me double check here on, this is actually coming from Instagram. Oh, fantastic stuff. We've got some good stuff. So I'm just gonna bring this all the way over here and we'll take a look. So more Jeb content. I mean this one's got Kanye too. So like, what more could you ask for? Jeb and Kanye memes? Like, come on, folks. And then is that the GNC or the RNC chairwoman? What's her face? I don't remember her name. She got COVID recently, but I think this is a demonstration of her getting COVID. And then finally, big polling error for Jeb to win. This is the real take that we're talking about today. So that's where I think I'm going to end the meme segment probably. I think that was enough of that. If you do want to see more of it, let me know in the chat. Yeah, that would be something that we could definitely get into.
I'm not live. You gotta come back and do it again. Sorry.
What did you do, Eric?
Are you guys on a break right now?
Yeah, he can't. Oh, I'm live again. Hello.
Oh, do you want to be live, Eric, or not?
Sure.
Okay, Eric is back, everybody. Is Lars there?
This is not a mukbang channel, so you're not gonna get to watch this.
Who's there? Who are you talking to?
Who are touching my spaghetti?
Hi, Joshua.
It's good.
Oh, they brought his food. Oh, that's why. Oh, yeah. Is that to celebrate Mitch McConnell's victory?
Sure.
All righty. Okay, I've been missing some comments while we've been doing this.
Rain again. I gotta go do whatever's happening.
Okay, I'm gonna make sure Eric is muted and not on the stream there for a sec. Okay. Hope you enjoyed that comedic relief potentially. Do have a couple comments that I'm going to go over. Nathan was joking about an Ivanka presidency, but who the Republicans would be an interesting topic. I will not comment on that until we have a winner, because what happens tonight defines what Republicans run in 2024. And that's a very important question to ask in like a week or two. But we're not going to ask that right now, because I'm already engaged in one election and I don't have time for another. What time Pacific did we know that Senator Clinton was not going to win? So that was actually something that I discovered when I watched my stream earlier, because I had that epiphany from CNN and a bunch of other folks at around, I want to say it was about 11 o'clock Eastern. So that would have been about 8 Pacific when it started to be clear that the things were not going well for Clinton. And finally, we do have a comment from Layla. She asks about the diversity of the viewpoints here. Full disclaimer, these are just the people that happen to be acquainted with, mostly through things like high school, through speech and debate, through college. So unfortunately, it's not a full representation of the political spectrum or demographic spectrums. But we do have another guest literally waiting in the wings. And so I hope she's ready. She hasn't posted anything in the private chat, but she looks ready. And I'm just going to go ahead and add her to the stream. Please welcome, live from Montana, here is Leah.
Hello.
How's it going?
It's going good. Day, what is it, 6 of quarantine for me? So
you want to explain what's happening to you for the folks at home?
Yeah.
You're at home too, because you have to be at home.
Yes. Okay. So I live with 2 other girls, and they both tested positive on Thursday for COVID. And I went in and got tested, but I didn't get rapid results because they're not as accurate. And also I didn't have symptoms, so they wouldn't take me. So I went and got tested, and I haven't heard back yet. So yeah, not as much fun. We're all in good health mostly.
Best wishes to you. I think you might have actually picked a great time to be stuck inside for like 2 weeks.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
You know, Montana seems to be a safe place, but
yeah. You know how much I love to be outside and talk to people, so time.
It's pretty difficult for you. Well, you're actually talking to 38 different people right now.
Yeah.
Actually, it's probably 36, because I have both the Facebook and the YouTube streams pulled up on my laptop here just for reference purposes. Oh, Eric's trying to get my attention that he is done eating or something. So we're going to bring Eric back in. Or should I? Maybe I just shouldn't.
No, I haven't with Eric in so long. You have to bring him back.
Okay, fine. Okay, Eric is back online.
Hey, Eric.
Say hi to Eric.
I'm that I've eaten in a long time.
Good. How's your chicken?
Oh, it's delicious.
Okay.
It's called a Chicken Little, and I had no idea it existed, but I'm really happy it does.
I have not had KFC in multiple years, so
you're not missing a whole lot.
That's what I've heard. We have both Popeyes and Chick-fil-A around this area, so like, why wouldn't
I think Popeye's spicy chicken sandwich is better than Chick-fil-A's spicy chicken sandwich.
That is okay. Jacinta agrees. Jacinta agrees. Eric, don't make me mute you.
I'm so glad you agree.
All right, so let's get back to the.
What is your political hill to die on?
My political hill to die on. So
the more obscure, the better. I keep trying to get that out of people. People keep saying like healthcare and climate change. I'm like, that makes a lot of sense. Please give me something reasonable.
I'm about to get real specific for you then.
Yes.
So the reason that I think it was like 5th grade, we were following Obama's first run, where it was like during his inauguration or something like that. And my 5th grade teacher had us follow the election, and that's when I like first started to get involved in politics. And that's around the same time frame that I found out about the National Scenic Area Act. So the National Scenic Area Act, which affects like my hometown a lot because we were a big logging community and that was stripped from us. And it's like so easy to see like the negative effects of that. And so, yes, repealing the National Scenic Area Act or reforming the National Scenic Area Act, I guess, is the hill that I will die on.
Alrighty. That is indeed the kind of specificity that we are looking for. Other contenders could be the Jones Act,
Yeah.
or the lower levels of the federal judiciary would be two good options for that question.
Yes.
So looking at results, not a whole lot has changed in the last 15 minutes we were just screwing around. No, Politico, I'm sorry, I'm not going to turn on ad blocker. I'm not going to turn off my ad blocker when I'm streaming to the internet. That would just be inconvenient. You'd be looking at, honestly, I don't know what the algorithm thinks of me because I normally use an ad blocker. But yeah, nothing really huge happening so far. At kind of as expected, things are going to slow down. What is your take on the night so far? What do you expect to happen? How are you feeling?
It's interesting. I think I prefer state and local politics so much more than federal politics, but every 4 years I get involved again. And so I'm just reflecting a lot on the 2016 election where I was like 18, fresh and ready to vote. I wasn't even old enough to vote in the primaries at that time, but I could vote in the general. I was like in that weird spot.
Remember when I asked Kim Wyman that?
Yes. I do remember that because I think we had calculated it back in like
well, no, the issue was that year we had the primary and the caucus, right? The Republicans were using a primary in Washington in like the end of April, and the Democrats were doing a caucus in March. And my question was, does the caucus have the same rules as the primary in that you have to be 18 by the day of and whether or not it's election day? The answer was yes. Doesn't matter anymore because Washington's all primary now, but
yes.
Dems, that was my question.
Yeah, Dems don't caucus. That was in 2018 that they changed that, or last year.
They were phasing it out in 2016. They knew that 2016 was going to be the last time that they did the caucus. Yeah.
Yep.
So caucuses are stupid. Offense to Iowans intended.
Yes. But I forgot the question because
what are you feeling right now? What are your thoughts?
I'm excited. I'm one of the lucky people that I get to say that I don't really think that I'm too affected by the outcome of this election. And so I'm very thankful for that. But I feel for the people that are very affected and have a lot of policies that they're afraid of passing if depending on how this election swings or so I feel for those people, but I'm also I'm pretty at peace with the results. So
definitely that does make a lot of sense. I am kind of in a similar boat. There is a certain amount of privilege that comes with the ability to acknowledge that life goes on regardless of an outcome. So that's the situation we all happen to find ourselves in.
For sure.
And obviously there are people out there who don't have that ability.
Yeah.
And, so on their behalf, hoping for certain things. So you're kind of like a slightly conservative centrist, if I had to guess, kind of libertarian, kind of a mix of things. How would you define your political ideology?
Dude, I don't know. Ever changing. I'd say for the first 18 years of my life, but when I could start thinking about that, I was heavily influenced by my parents' opinions, which lean more conservative. But I think as my sister and I have both gotten older and got to talk to them about things, they've even shifted away from being right-leaning, I guess. I'm pretty down the middle. There's just some things here and there, and I don't think anyone has the right answer. It has completely the right answer. But I think when I went to college, I became a Christian and started to become more liberal after that, which is very interesting.
Normally those things don't happen at the same time.
No.
I've seen it before, but for very few cases.
Yeah. So yeah, and just background on me, I come from a very, very rural small town in Washington, and
Stevenson.
we're affected by a lot of
Skamania
stuff.
County. I just gotta say, it's Skamania County. That is a
Yes.
real place.
Fun fact,
Oh,
it's
yes.
where Carl's favorite root beer is from. That's why when we
It
first
is.
bonded as friends.
It is my favorite root beer. Eric, you remember that root beer?
I do remember. That was good root beer. But
Good
you
root
can find it anywhere, so
No, because they only make it at Big River Grill in Stevenson,
Yeah,
Washington.
it's homemade. That's why
Yeah.
it's special.
well,
Uh-huh.
yeah, I just have to
Yeah.
satisfy for Crater Lake, but even then I can't find that anywhere either.
Yeah.
So what's your hot take?
Huh?
What's your hot take?
My hot take from all of this.
It doesn't have to be political. It could be anything. Hot
Wait,
right
then what-
now. Like should we let Russ cook? Like those are hot takes.
No, that's not a hot take anymore. That's a lukewarm take
It
anymore.
used to be a hot take,
It
okay?
used to be hot. Now it's the
What are
mainstream.
your hot takes right now? A hot take. We don't have time for all of them.
A hot take. I still am not. What is a hot take exactly?
It's an opinion that you hold firmly that isn't necessarily the status quo, but you think is going to be.
That's a really good definition. We should write that down.
I
Okay.
should write
Okay.
that. Can somebody write that down for me?
Gosh, that's hard.
I would say that an expanded college football playoff is my hot take. And I specifically have a plan for it, and it is based around essentially what the Big Ten is doing this year for their schedule. Now, I won't get into the details. We will have a different stream for that, maybe. But that's my current hot take.
Oh my gosh, my roommate's cat just jumped off the table and shook my screen. I'm sorry. Oh gosh. I don't know what my hot take is. I don't know if I have any.
We'll go back to the standard. What's your political hill to die on?
Well, she said that it was the
We already got that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to get like a fun
exactly.
question that's like not political because I feel like we need that right now.
Maybe we'll let the chat decide. We'll let the chat bring it in.
Yeah, chat. You got a question for Leah?
All righty.
Am I able to-
We do have a question. Why do you believe Wisconsin and Michigan are currently showing high turnout for Trump? Most polls gave Biden a significant margin.
One question that's like not political because I feel like
Well,
we
yeah,
need
no, but that's to tide us over for a fun non-political side. It's temporary.
Yeah, chat. You got a question for Leah?
Here's the not fun political question. We do have
my dad actually just texted in a hot
we do have a
take.
question. Why? What's your dad's hot take? High turnout for Trump.
Oh wait, hold
Most
on.
polls gave Biden.
Oh my
a
gosh,
significant
sorry. There we go.
Margin.
I was watching the live stream and it was on my end.
Okay.
My dad says hot take is your Facebook post, and he said to read my Facebook post.
Okay, well, what was your Facebook post? I didn't see this because I basically don't go on Facebook anymore. As anybody who's watching on Facebook knows, this is the first thing I've shared on Facebook in like months.
Do you want me to read it or give you the like?
Just read it. Just go for it.
It's like so long though. Okay.
What's the TLDR?
Okay. Basically, I just like wrote a letter to the winner of the 2020 presidential election.
Oh, I gotta
And
read this.
Huh?
I gotta read this, man. That sounds good.
Yeah. I was a little sassy in the beginning. I was like, congratulations, you found out how to beat the system. You beat your running mate, raised the money, worked with your party, got lucky with the electoral college leaning in your favor, and now you're mostly secure in this title for the next 4 years. Your prize is to be one of the most criticized men in the world. Eyes of Americans and others will be on you all the time, and there will never be a decision you make that won't piss off someone somewhere. You've had a long and controversial career, and now's your time to make up for that. Show us that you can change and grow just as our country can do as well. I will not put my faith in you, but I promise to accept the outcome, and I hope that many Americans choose the same mentality. And then it just kind of goes on to speak more to the candidate on the decisions that they have in the future, and just kind of like what my prayer is for the president and what's coming in, because I have a big passion about faith, the intersectionality between faith and politics, because that's a huge part of my life. And so, yeah, and then just addressing other people as well. Like, we have a decision how we respond to this, and we have a decision that's either take the high road or succumb to the pain that could come with this election outcome. So that's my hot take. Thanks, Dad. I'm on Joe.
That's a fantastic take.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Leah. Everyone go talk on Facebook and find that post and read the rest of it.
I do have one final question, because honestly, I'm curious, but if you don't want to answer it, there's no obligation. Who did you vote for?
I casted so I'm in Montana right now. So I couldn't play around as much as if I was in Washington. And I voted for Joe Biden personally. But I also have no qualms with anyone who voted differently. So.
All righty.
Yeah. So in some breaking news, Lindsey Graham has won re-election in South Carolina, defeating the highest fundraising Senate candidate in American history, Jamie Harrison, to maintain his seat in South Carolina. So there's that.
Anything else happening in the Senate? Because nothing's happening on the
no, everything else. No, that's the only thing that I wanted to say, because it's that could have been a flip, but it's not. So it's a state. It's gonna
30%.
In fact,
Maine, only 10%. North Carolina, 80%. Only a 4,000 vote margin between Cunningham and Tillis. 85%. That one, I don't think we're going to know that one tonight.
Donald Trump has won Kansas as well, so that's been solidified.
Yes, which does not surprise really anyone.
No.
Yes, we shall see. We shall see how that pans out. Any other questions from where can I get Carl's favorite root beer? It's called the
County.
It's what?
Skamania County.
Yeah, you have to go to Skamania County, but it's a specific restaurant. Leah mentioned the name of it, and I honestly can't remember what it is, which I feel bad about. But
or something, didn't she say that?
Yeah, like the Big River restaurant or something like that. Big River Grill. There are like 2 or 3 restaurants in the entirety of Stevenson, Washington. So it's not going to be hard to find the one with the word river in its name. That's where you go.
Yeah.
But probably, you can get takeout probably right now. I guess, Skamania is probably a pretty safe place to do indoor, but we'll iffy on that one for all intents and purposes. Big River Grill. Thank you. Stevenson, Jasmine, Washington. I don't
think she tagged someone, Stevenson Jasmine, potentially.
Maybe accidentally. I don't know.
It'd be funny.
Let me check. I can check the Facebook stream, see what happened. My friend Marcus says that he has a hill to die on if I want a hot take. So we might bring Marcus on later tonight. We do have a couple more empty spots at the 11 o'clock hour, so 11:15 and 11:45 Eastern. We do have spots for guests to close out the night. There we go, Stevenson, Washington. Okay, yeah, I must tag somebody. So we will see about that. If it is something that you're interested in, send me a message on platform of your choice. I do have to respond to a few because I've been neglecting my phone when Eric was gone, and so I need to do that now, which is which is a thing. We do have a question from CP.
Yes, we do.
It's covering up like half the screen. It's a big question.
Do you think the recent changing of betting odds in Vegas, Trump has moved from a huge underdog to a pretty heavy favorite, will hold any truth to how the election will turn out?
I'm going to take that off because it's huge.
No.
Betting odds are dumb. They're dumb in sports, and they're they're dumber in politics.
No, actually, the sports, it's like a science. In politics, it's not. In fact, the betting markets have effectively missed arbitrage opportunities for the last 2 years of guaranteed wins, free money. And they didn't correct. They never self-corrected. And now that it's election, people are, excited about it. But for the most part, the biggest shift is Florida and Georgia and North Carolina, which could have flipped, but definitely had a little bit harder to come by than some of the northern states. And so, no, I don't think that Trump has a 75% chance of winning now. I would say it's going to be still favoring Biden, but not as much as I think 80, 90%, which it was when it started this morning. But honestly, if you could put money on either one right now, and really no one knows what's going to happen. Arizona just started to release their results. Maricopa County is now at 54% Biden, 44% Trump, but this rest of the state we're still waiting for information coming in.
Well, it does say here on Politico that we're up to 66%.
Oh, well, that was fast.
So
okay.
That must all come in at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, seriously. So we'll be
one thing that I did see on Twitter is, again, we're still waiting on a lot of information here in the Midwest. It is looking like Ohio is going to go for Trump. That's not a surprise. North Carolina is still too close to call with 87%. Biden holds and I kid you not, a 3,000 vote lead in North Carolina. So, holy smokes. Georgia is also not polling or not having enough votes to call yet. I do expect Ohio and Texas to be the next two swing states to get called. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Maine, all not reporting enough to actually give us anything of substance. But the one thing that I think we can fully rule out is the concept of a blue wave. That is not going to happen. So anybody who is looking at the outcomes and seeing the possibility of Biden winning by 10, 15 points across the board and winning all of the swing states, yeah, that's not going to be it. We are seeing it. If I had to guess based on the current numbers, we're seeing about the same shift as 2016 in terms of the polls, which is about 2.5% towards Trump.
It still means a Biden victory, though.
What?
This still means a Biden victory, though. Although
that would still mean a Biden victory, but it's too close to call at this point. Politico's projection, the New York Times keeps yelling at me for not paying for them. The Politico's projection is that Biden will win by 32, with this huge gray up in the air, but that's all these Western states, which we know the outcome of. So we'll see how that pans out. But Arizona is definitely going to be one to watch as that one comes in over the coming hours. Yeah, see, same data. That's Senate data. I want president. Where?
Yeah. But if other races we're following closely, so Texas and Ohio are showing small leads for Trump at this point. Unsure if later votes counted are going to go back towards Biden. It seems like that probably won't happen, but again, still too close to call. And then Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota are just being annoyingly slow. So I think the most interesting thing that's just come in is Arizona. We're at 69% of the vote. Nice. it's 54% for Biden. He's leading by roughly 230,000 or 220,000, excuse me, votes in Arizona, but we've still got a lot of votes to count. And a similar narrative in all of these states is the early voting, the mail-in voting, predominantly for Joe Biden, has been counted in a lot of these states already and is what's populating. And it's actually the later stuff that's not. That's the thing about Ohio, is that a Trump lead now may actually flip to Biden because specifically the Ohio and is like Pennsylvania can't count ballots that came in by mail until now. So those are actually going to be the last to be counted, not the first to be counted. Annoying, but it's just the way America works. Yeah, we're slowly starting to see the maps populating. Montana actually has a strange lead for Biden, but I'm sure that's going to change. Only 17% of the votes in so far. About a little less than half the votes in Utah. Trump has a solid lead there, but is expected to carry that handily. Iowa's just now starting to report a small number of votes, but relatively insignificant in the greater scheme of things. We're seeing a lot of not surprising results, and nothing too dramatic. We have an interesting question in the chat, Carl. If you could pull up the one about foreign policy.
Oh, yes.
I'd love to discuss that for a few moments before our next guest. What are the ramifications for this election on foreign policy? Political imaging, allyship. It has so much less to do with war and so much more to do with diplomacy. You know, a lot of people are thinking, okay, well, Trump is a very anti-war president trying to pull out of Afghanistan, Iraq, Iran, Syria, bring our troops home. That's been a priority of his. He's met a lot of opposition, even within his own party, to doing so, thinking that we're abandoning our allies in the region. You know, there's truth to both matters, and I think that a lot of people would believe that. That Biden potentially maybe have less of an incentive to withdraw those troops and maybe actually technically be the pro-war president. But we are not in a time of war. We're not. The war on terror is effectively mute at this point. It's no longer a kind of an actual war. It's just kind of the status quo of our security world that we live in.
And we're seeing that's again not. It might have been an American problem 20 years ago. But
now
as
it's exclusively
it is a everywhere problem. Europe is finding that out the hard way.
Yeah, and then the thing is though, is from an American perspective, the biggest thing is worldwide leadership, and specifically with liberal Western democracies, which are all further to the left than the United States is as a whole, and yet we have historically been the ringleader of NATO, of the Western nations that are leading big packs across the United Nations, and standing up to forces like Russia and China and potentially even India. That hasn't happened, that kind of broad coalition building, that friendship-based policy making, those backroom diplomatic deals that happen between 20 different countries. That hasn't been happening under Trump. This kind of America First policy is creating insulation from the rest of the world, allowing them to handle their own stuff and their own problems, and finding a way to round the lack of American leadership. That is the biggest ramification. What that means for Europe and the European Union, and as well as UK and Canada, is if a Biden presidency would return to that kind of national leadership or worldwide leadership, working, for instance, on diplomatic negotiations in, say, Artsakh in Armenia and Azerbaijan, which is, I guess, the newest conflict of the world, or the latest one that's kind of bubbling over. It would mean greater involvement in the development of African countries, leading Western coalitions trying to subvert Chinese influence there.
And the same thing in East Asia as well. It would mean that the Chinese sphere of influence in the Pacific would be significantly higher than it is now. And I find this kind of ironic that Trump was
the other way around. Like if Trump won, China maintains a stronger power in Southeast Asia. If a Biden presidency, more likely.
Yes, things like the Trans-Pacific Partnership would be back on the table, and that would, in effect, weaken China's ability to have a stronghold on the East Asian part of the world.
Yeah, it would be a slight difference. But this is the first presidential election in a long time where we've seen very small differences in foreign policy. Nothing.
Yeah.
But again, it's also the first time in a while where we haven't really been at war with anybody.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
so there's pretty much nothing left. Our troops are mostly on peacekeeping missions. Well, the betting odds are now at Trump minus 600. I don't know what that means. I guess that means that his odds in the betting markets are really high now. So it may be a good bet to bet on Biden. I don't really understand how betting works, but I wanted to. Yeah, maybe someone can do a live stream explaining how political betting works. It's very popular in the UK, only just beginning. It's kind of
taken off here
in the US, yeah. But the betting markets did predict Brexit. So, and breaking news: New Jersey has legalized marijuana. Recreational marijuana is now legal in the butt crack of America. Way to go!
Okay, but this is actually a big deal for one reason and one reason alone.
Pennsylvania and New York are right next door.
Yep. How many New Yorkers who live in Brooklyn or the Bronx or even on like the Upper East Side of Manhattan are now going to take advantage of the tunnels and bridges and exercise the 10th Amendment and the Interstate Commerce Clause at the same time. That'll be interesting to see. And that could very well tip the scales towards that as we now have a big player in the tri-state area. It's just like people in Maryland and Virginia go into DC because it's legal in DC. But Eric, guess what time it is?
It's time for a guest.
It's time for another guest. You get to do the introduction this time.
Yes. So please, everyone, give a warm welcome to our next guest, Ryan and Ava. Hey, Ryan. We can see you.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Pretty good.
Hey. Thanks for having me.
Is Ava there
not
with
sure
you?
where Ava is. What's
Well, I'll introduce you and we'll wait for her to. Ryan is
You might be a little preoccupied this evening.
Yeah, that's okay. Ryan is an archaeology student, but he actually has a focus on international politics with a specific interest in Middle East studies, I believe, right? So tell us how you're feeling. What's going through your mind right now?
Well, I'm pretty nervous. I'm currently on a project in a hotel room with nothing to do but watch cable, and that's just been the worst recipe for me. So yeah, I've been pretty nervous. Been pretty nervous leading up to this, and I don't really have any strong inclination of who is going to take even any state right now. It feels like even swing states that seem to be leaning in one direction or another, are still very much up in the air. So I'm feeling stressed overall.
Yeah,
I think that speaks to the room. The metaphorical room, obviously, because
Yeah, but I think it honestly goes both ways right now. I genuinely believe that the uncertainty is. I think both sides of this race thought it was going to be necessarily like close or whatever, but we're optimistic about their chances, like by a big margin. And right now we're seeing margins that are very tight. Hello, Ava.
Hi.
Hello, Ava is was in my class at the University of Washington, and now she's actually studying for her LSAT to become a lawyer, which is very exciting. Ava, welcome. So, are you both in Spokane? I know you're from there here in Washington. Is that right? You're both there now.
Yeah, so we're both living in Spokane. And no hate to Seattle. I think we both love Seattle a lot, but we were thinking that Spokane might kind of be a more budding place for some political movement versus Seattle. It kind of felt like it had its activists, it had its people, and there wasn't necessarily as much room for us to find our place in the political setting there. But again, it's like no hate. If anything, it's congratulating Seattle on like getting there. I think just Spokane needs a little bit more of a boost.
Yeah. So you've been heavily involved with the Democrats there and organizing. And a fun fact about Ava is she was actually the youngest delegate for Bernie Sanders at the DNC back in 2016, which is super cool. Happy to have you on. Asked Ryan this just a second ago. How are you feeling? What's going through your mind? How are your emotions right now?
I think honestly, I am not feeling the way that I did back in 2016 because I remember on election night, it was like everyone crowding around the TV, having so much certainty that like there was going to be results. But I'm not sure about you, Eric, or even Carl, but I've been sitting around the TV trying to do the same things that I was doing in 2016. But it just feels like a lot more of a lackluster. There's like a lot less certainty about a result coming out by the end of tonight, it seems. So I'm not sure. I'm feeling a little bit confused on whether I should be like actually preparing for like election night tonight, or if it should be the election night tomorrow. If that kind of makes sense, like tomorrow morning or something.
It's election week.
Yeah.
Election week, yeah.
I mean, this year does feel like the longest. So, I mean, what can't say I'm surprised.
2020, baby, let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do have some news to report.
Oh, news is good.
Former Auburn football coach Tommy Tuberville has defeated Senator Doug Jones in Alabama, which means that the win in Colorado for the Democrats has been negated by the most likely Republican flip in Alabama, because Tommy Tuberville, as far as we know, isn't a pedophile, and therefore Doug Jones was not able to beat him. I mean, that's the analysis. That's it. The only reason Doug Jones is in the Senate.
Incredibly popular former football coach in Alabama, which you could run as an independent.
Okay, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. He won Bama votes.
Bama votes.
I know, right? Like, I mean, like an Auburn guy? Come on.
Yeah, it's that's true. That's a tough sell, but
he managed to do it, so kudos, I guess.
Yeah, it's not a particularly surprising flip. We're gonna have to see a lot of results coming in from Arizona and Montana and Iowa for kind of our next ones to look at.
Yes. And then in the coming days, Maine's going to be one of those slow states, but that Senate race is going to be very exciting in the best and the worst ways possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually wanted to ask if it's okay. I'm not sure if you two have already covered it. I'm sure you have within the time of your live stream, but I just wanted to hear your three thoughts on specifically Texas and Florida right now.
Well, Ryan, go ahead, because I've spoken a little bit about that already. So.
Yeah, let's hear Ryan's thought.
Sure.
Put him on the spot.
You know, I was thinking that Biden had a real shot in Florida, just because of the way that Hillary won certain counties there, especially like Miami. There were like really big margins of victory there, and it seems like though things have really flipped, and that Trump has been able to make inroads with sort of the Hispanic communities in the Miami area and sort of Cuban expats, Venezuelan expats, and really like push the margins towards his favor. And so I was feeling pretty certain about Florida really going towards Biden, but I don't know, that doesn't feel anywhere close to how it did before. And as for Texas, it seemed like sort of a blue dream scenario of having Biden pull out a victory in Texas. It seemed like something that was maybe just barely possible, but it seems like that's also sort of dwindling as far as Biden had such a big lead with the early voting, but I guess just as the day of votes have just come in more and more, Trump's stock is going up, and it doesn't seem like Biden's going to be able to hold on. So those were two kind of disappointments for me as someone who is looking for Biden to win, just to see those kind of gradually slip away. But I guess there's still lots of time and lots of votes to be counted. So I don't know. It's hard to feel any sort of solid, concrete emotion right now. Everything just feels like it's floating in midair.
Yeah, I think time is definitely both your friend and your enemy here. It depends on what you're looking at, where you're looking at it, how you're looking at it, who you're looking at it with. Just about every factor is going to view things in a different way. I mean, this map just keeps changing. I mean, this is the president results, and we got Iowa, 19% reporting with blue. So that's not going to hold. But
Well, not necessarily.
well, yeah, I suppose Iowa does have a chance.
Closest in the country.
So, yeah.
Really, anybody's best guess. We might be on here a lot later than anticipated. We'll see. It depends. It's kind of one of those things where you're waiting for the popcorn to pop in the microwave, and you don't know when the last pop is going to be, so you're trying to decide when to open it. It's going to be kind of like that for us. Like, when's the point in which like we're just giving up on the night and call it a day? Don't quite know. So one of the questions, switching gears briefly, just while we have you here, want to engage in the conversation. What is your political hill to die on? The more obscure, the better. We've asked everybody this, and we'll just hear your answers. I don't, whichever one of you has it first. Go for it.
The part I'm having a problem with is the obscure part, because I know things that I would like die for, but they're all like so mainstream. It's
That's
like
okay. That's okay.
Yeah.
Our answers have included healthcare and climate change. So
those were like my answers. Yeah.
yeah. Those can be the most important issues for people.
Right. But I still don't think of an obscure one, so maybe I'll pass it off to Ryan so that you can say something while I think of an obscure one.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'm also struggling to find something really obscure, but I think maybe an issue that I would add into, that I consider as important as climate change and healthcare would be criminal justice reform. I think the spotlight has sort of shifted away from that in the last few months, but I think that's just a very important situation. The current criminal justice system is very convoluted, and of course I'm not like super familiar with all the inner workings, but I know that there are many places where laws for decades or even longer than that have really been designed to create certain outcomes, and that's really I don't know, it's just contributed to the fabric of society in ways that make me personally uncomfortable with, and I think make a lot of people uncomfortable with, as was evidenced by a lot of the movements that have happened since the spring. And so I know that it's very hard for any one issue or any one person to hold sort of the national attention for very long, but I just hope that the spotlight can come back to criminal justice reform, and that whoever gets elected president, although neither of them have very inspiring records when it comes to criminal justice, can hopefully push for some sort of change, or at least open the door to future generations to sort of repair the problems that exist there.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. That's a great answer. I especially like the part in which we're just kind of being honest with ourselves, in which, yeah, both candidates definitely have not had a good track record in terms of criminal justice. But I do think that if we were to compare the Democratic candidates between, let's say, Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden, Hillary also being another person who was not necessarily, let's put it, the most progressive choice when it comes to criminal justice reform. Between those two candidates, though, when I compare it in my mind, I would say that Joe Biden has been more open-minded to change, whether it be suggested by the progressive branch of the Democratic Party or suggested by the BLM movement themselves, but has been more open to accepting criminal justice reform into his platform, which is why I've given him kudos for that. Although, the record isn't necessarily there yet. It's just the words still. But I do give him kudos first for that at least. in terms of, I was thinking while you were talking, Ryan, of like an obscure issue. So the big like mainstream one that I really like is universal healthcare. I think it's so important. I really do think that it just should be considered a human right versus a privilege, and that even if socialized medicine carries its own problems, it's nothing compared to the problems that exist in a healthcare system that operates under a capitalistic economy. And so I think for something like that, I really do agree and towards going towards universal healthcare. And you already know my reasons why for that. I'm sure you've heard it before from any other person who likes universal healthcare, so I won't go into it. So I'll give you the obscure thing instead. I thought about it. I really like it when candidates like put a dam, and this is gonna sound terrible, but put a dam into like making like funny videos and TikToks and memes. And I know it sounds super stupid, but I just remember like whether it be like following like Joe Biden or following Bernie or even Obama, all three of those people who are known to have like really good like social media teams, being able to laugh a little bit at their content made me feel a lot more personable and friendly with those candidates versus something like Trump's Twitter feed, which I used to follow for hours and hours a day. It was a lot of like just anger and just yelling and saying like really patriotic phrases and then switching to like really, really hateful phrases and things like that. So it just, there wasn't as much kind of the personality I was looking for. So lately, I'm not necessarily the biggest Biden supporter in the world, even though he does have my vote for sure. But it's been nice to see some of his content coming through his social media channels and kind of get a little bit more personality. But obviously, it's not my priority what candidates are putting on their social media, because that's a really small issue, which is why it's my obscure choice. So there you go.
I think my favorite example of a silly video, and you can tell that it didn't go anywhere because it was people forgot about him when Julian Castro and his twin made several videos going back and forth. I might be a little biased, but that one was pretty funny.
Yeah,
I'm also a big fan of the Joe Biden Animal Crossing things. But I think my favorite thing from the general this year is I almost bought Joe Biden aviator sunglasses socks. Almost. I was really close. Sarah talked me out of it, but yeah. I realized I don't think we ever explained why we now for the first time have two guests at once.
Oh, yeah, I don't think I answered because y'all came on at separate times. But Ryan and Ava are dating.
Oh, yeah, surprise.
They're like my favorite people.
Oh, thank you.
And we all went to the University of Washington together and worked a lot together over those years.
The good old days.
The good old days.
Huskies United.
Yeah.
Huskies United. Hey, I stood in as a UW student for a day.
Yeah,
that was exciting.
You did. And we tricked a couple people on campus walking by. I remember that. That was a great thing.
We did. People thought I was the guy on the posters.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it helps that I wasn't wearing my Purdue sweatshirt, but
yeah, that would have been throwing people off a bit.
Just a bit.
Probably.
Yeah. So I'm gonna try this question one more time because I really want hot takes. I want predictions of things not necessarily political. But it can be political. It also can be local political. So if you're like, oh, hot take, watch Gerald Tarleton beat Kim Wyman or something like that. I don't know. It could be that.
You can come for Kim Wyman.
Yeah, I'll fight you. But you have a hot take. This is your opportunity. I'm really dying to hear a good one.
Hot take.
Could just be like waffles are better than pancakes. That's like a hot take. It's not really like.
Which is true, but yes, French toast is better than both.
That is a true hot take. Yeah.
Yeah.
This.
Classic.
Okay.
Let's see.
Let's see.
Classic.
I think I have kind of a hot take.
Go for it. Just do it. Full send. It's 2020.
I don't get as upset as most people over Trump's relationships with dictators. Is that a terrible thing?
No.
And the,
No.
and the reason why, it's not because I like the dictators. It's not because I want to be a fascist.
What? Erdogan sounds like a great guy.
Yeah, no, I love Kim Jong-un. Yeah, he's my favorite. So it's not like these guys are my role models. It's because, in my opinion, if I was leader, I would rather be close with my enemies, and not close like we have to go be like rubbing each other's shoulders, but to have some kind of cordial, working-ish relationship so that I can have an eye on them, you know? Why is that not considered strategic? It's considered some kind of like betrayal, you know? So I think we have enough methods to, like with sanctions or with whatever else, we have enough methods to punish countries. Why do we have to also like act like we're in the 10th grade and like not text them back, like totally ignore them as though they don't exist at all, you know? So that might be my hot take. I don't know if it's so controversial.
That is a toasty take.
Oh yeah, okay, good. I want it to be toasty, so hopefully I don't get any backlash for that from like any comments or anything. But I don't know. I think be close with your enemies so that you can check in on them and not be totally in the dark.
I would agree with that, except I think that Trump is only forming those relationships as like PR tactics. You know, I think he just wants to be on the news, shaking hands with Kim Jong-un. I don't think nothing constructive came out of that relationship. And, you know, like, in fact, it ended. And then, like, Trump was right back to, you know, threatening, like, nuclear warfare against North Korea, you know, right afterwards. You know, so it feels like, you know, I don't know, maybe he is going into it with some sort of, like, actual, like, you know, like, sort of real grounded political, you know, objective. But to me, they always feel like these sort of PR stunts.
But PR,
you know, and I remember like
are even Trump supporters like propping the fact that has these relationships. So who is the PR really for?
There's all this like Trump for Nobel Peace Prize campaigns and stuff like that going on in MAGA world over there. Yeah, like this is an angle. Yeah.
Oh yikes! Am I falling for that angle then? Because I'm over here being like, "Wow, like keeping an eye on our enemies," or like,
I don't think it's unique. What's unique is that the president is inserting themselves that fully into the foreign policy perspective. You know, Mike Pompeo is just kind of sitting on the side, going on Fox News and potentially breaking the Hatch Act, but Trump is the one actually like posing for the photo ops. And I mean, I'm thinking about like John Kerry, previous Secretary of State, and the fact that he very quietly negotiated both a ceasefire in Syria with Assad and also the Iran nuclear deal within like 4 years. So, like, I don't think that the idea of being on at least diplomatic terms with dictators or with enemies of any nature is necessarily controversial. Like, we have embassies in almost every country. And so the question then, I think the hotness of the take is whether or not the photo ops actually do anything.
Right. And that's a great point. That's a great point. What are your thoughts, Eric? You've been quiet throughout this.
I tend to disagree with the relations with dictators, and part of that just has to do with the way economic diplomacy works. And unless you're necessarily specifically negotiating a treaty between parties, there isn't much advantage to having relationships with Putin or Erdogan or Mohammed Bonsa. But like in general, I would much rather have a very, very strong NATO alliance with really great European leaders than have great tabs on Putin. And I don't necessarily believe you can be effective at both. It's kind of a one or the other. It is a dichotomy. But I also totally agree that there maybe does need to see some leniency, specifically on people like Kim Jong-un, where in those situations the best strategy may need to change to a more relationship-based approach.
Though that really hasn't done anything.
Well, yeah, one could hope, but I guess not really. So what do you guys have any final thoughts? Someone else had some good advice for the folks watching anxiously at home. You had any parting wisdom for the viewers? What would it be?
Parting wisdom. Well, I'm not sure if which political way your viewers are leaning. So for the people tonight who might feel a little bit sore, if Trump were to be reelected, here is my advice for you: is that we definitely require hope, regardless of the situation we are in, or regardless of how bleak things may look, because there is no concept of change without the foundational requirement of hope. There is no ability to even imagine a better future if you are not first thinking about a hope for a better future. So it's really important that even in really dreadful times, regardless of who you're voting for or what you're up to keep hope for a better future as the best medicine to keep the good fight up, is what I've been trying to tell people. So yeah, that's my advice, I would say, for whoever's watching, although I'm not sure on what ears it will fall upon. So
I think that was a mic drop moment. I don't know, Ryan, what you have to add, but that's gonna be hard to beat.
Oh, yeah. Well, I guess I'll offer some modest closing thoughts. And I guess it's really, again, like, regardless of what way you lean politically, like, the presidential election is far from the end all be all when it comes to politics. You know, although it has so much weight on, you know, the international scene, of course, but, you know, there are tens of thousands of political offices across the United States, and, you know, all of them have their own unique influence on society, and, you know, quite a few of them have more influence on the way you live your life than the presidency does, or any national office for that matter. So, you know, like, regardless of what your politics are, it's just important to know that just casting a vote or just paying attention to one big election, you know, should not punctuate like your political involvement. You know, stay in tune, equally in tune if you can, with local political races. Be involved, care about them, and, you know, if you think that you can solve a problem out there, then, you know, you can always run for that office yourself. It's possible.
yes, love the energy in the room.
That was definitely a good note that I think we all needed to hear.
Yeah, I appreciate
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Yeah,
Well, thanks so much for having us, Carl and Eric.
Thanks so much for joining.
guys.
I know, Alva, you've got your exciting races happening in Spokane right now. So I guess the Washington results start trickling in about 20 minutes. But
20 minutes, yeah. We'll spend a whole segment just talking a little bit about Washington. Most all of our viewers are there, but we've got some all across the country too. So thanks again, Ryan. I really appreciate you being on.
Yeah.
Thanks so much for having me.
Have a good rest of your night as much as that's possible. I suppose that requires heeding your own advice. So.
Yeah, I'll try not to cry myself to sleep too hard tonight. So I'll see you guys later, okay?
Thanks so much, guys. Have a good one.
Okay, bye, you two.
Bye.
Okay, that was fun. So
we did go a bit long on that, but it makes sense because we had two people. While we were talking, New Hampshire, according to the Associated Press and several other agencies, has been called for Biden. Of note, while only 40% is in, Biden is up by about 7 or 8 points. Hillary Clinton won New Hampshire by 0.5% in 2016. So, I don't know, just of note.
Yeah.
I'm not going to extrapolate any of that information.
Unsurprisingly, Utah has been called for Trump. with about 60% of the votes coming in there. That's not particularly surprising. We're getting a lot more votes in Arizona. We are between 75 and 90%. It's a big range. So about
North Carolina is still at a is at a 50. Oh, it just changed. North Carolina, yeah, is at a 60,000 vote differential between.
So I gotta explain that because we've learned some details about North Carolina and Georgia. But briefly, Arizona showing almost 9-point Biden lead, about 200,000 votes in Arizona, out of about 5 million so far. And that's with about 80% reporting or so. Going to be interesting to see those results trickle in. Again, most of those are mail-in early votes. We're waiting for today's results coming in. We'll get another big load of those at about 8 p.m. when the Pacific states close. Additionally, going back to those big swings in North Carolina and Georgia, it is far too close to call by a lot. In fact, there's a computer glitch in Gwinnett County, Georgia, which is not a real place, but apparently is. I'm convinced of it. Delaying up to 80,000 mail-in votes from being counted. And that will probably resolve tomorrow. Additionally, in North Carolina, a reporting error by Randolph County is actually padding or inflating Trump's results there by 30,000 votes, which wouldn't be enough to swing North Carolina, but there could still be 40 or 5,000 extra votes still to be counted that potentially were mail-in ballots that could go dramatically towards Biden. So we're seeing that most of the mail-in votes were counted, but there's still boxes and boxes of mail-in votes that apparently haven't been counted in some counties. That means that the swing of initially way Biden, then back to Trump for today's votes, and then maybe back again for Biden, it's still too close to call. Now, the odds are still in Trump's favor for both of those states. So that's important to note.
Apparently Philadelphia, and this comes from the chat, not Twitter, as if Twitter is a more reliable source. But apparently Philadelphia will not be making any more reporting announcements tonight. That's dumb, but welcome to Pennsylvania. So that is likely to make that situation where Trump is expected to probably have a bigger lead in Pennsylvania over the coming hour or two. We'll see what Pittsburgh does. But
yeah, if there's anything that comes out of this election, winner, no matter where it goes, red or blue, whatever, I hope we can all agree that some amount of election reform is required to modernize our election systems. Mail-in voting, all mail-in voting with paper ballots is the best system in the world. It's worked in Washington, Oregon, Colorado, and Hawaii.
And Utah.
Work in your state too. And Utah now, yes. And so I cannot advocate for all mail ballots. It's phenomenal.
I think that's my hill to die on.
That's a really good place to be. Voting machines, if there's a screen on it, it can be hacked. No matter what you do, it can be hacked. If it utilizes any sort of internet connection or like a thumb drive or a main computer, they first off always seem to be breaking on the day of the election. They're covered in germs, and they also can be hacked, no matter how much we try. But a paper ballot with a hard signature on it is incredible. That
is counted in a secured central location.
With both parties observing.
That's part of the key. Because, when I voted here in Virginia, so I voted early in Virginia. Okay, never mind. Apparently that tweet has been deleted. Well,
yeah, there you go.
I appreciate the update. So Philadelphia, take back what I said. But when I voted here in Virginia, it's a paper ballot they hand you, and then you put it in a machine, and it just electronically reads the ballot just right then. And that is significantly less reliable than me putting the ballot in an envelope and then mailing it and then going online and checking to make sure it arrived.
Yeah.
So anyway, we do have a guest who's going to be popping in here in a second. All right, I think he might be ready. This is our first spontaneous guest of the evening, in that this was not planned more than an hour ago. And he is a real life Florida man. And I'm just going to leave it at that. Please welcome Kenny.
Hello. How are you guys?
Hello, Kenny.
Hello, Kenny. How is Florida?
He's not in Florida.
Oh, okay. Then
Yeah,
never
I'm
mind. Sorry about that.
currently in West Lafayette, Indiana. But yeah.
I'm seeing a trend here.
Sorry, I
Yeah.
know Purdue people.
Oh,
but
Kenny,
you said you might have some insights into what the is going on in Florida.
Yeah, so people maybe viewers are not too keen on Florida history, and I think especially when you hear like Latinos be like, oh, Latinos are Latinos, that is definitely not the case. I am half Cuban. I'm a Cuban American. My grandparents came here in 1962. They fled Cuba in 1961, arrived in America in 62. And the Cuban American populace is very different than the Latino American populace as a whole. Majority from Mexico, also from Central America, but then compare that to the Cuban American populace and to a lesser extent the Venezuelan American populace. The Cuban American populace trends much, much more conservative, and historically it was conservative. Definitely red, definitely conservative, because the memory of Castro was so fresh. You had a lot of people coming directly from the communist regime, and then immediately coming to the land of Reagan, voting really Republican. That actually leveled off a little bit. It seemed like it was leveling off. Obama won both Florida both in 2008 and 2012. And I think I read somewhere that at one point the Cuban vote, like very, very slightly by a hair, went Democratic, but it's essentially just a 50-50 split. But now I think what you're seeing is that it's completely just shifted back to the right with Donald Trump. I think the reason might be unclear. I think the easiest kind of, finger that people will wag will be the attacks on socialism, attacks on the leftward leaning, the Democratic Party becoming more progressive. It certainly could be a case, but also, there might be other reasons. Cuban Americans are very diverse racially as well, which a lot of people don't think. You have white Cubans, European descent from Spanish descent. You have Afro-Cubans, and those kind of distinctions kind of go back to the island in terms of like cultural differences, differences in status on the island and then coming here. So it's a very complex issue.
Yeah, and perspective.
That would be my objective kind of perspective. I'm
I
willing
really
to give my opinion.
For this year, it looks like Hispanics in Florida voted 40 points towards Donald Trump.
Yeah. Really.
A huge swing for a group. Hillary basically won in 2016. Very interesting to hear that and see that happening. I think that the polling was pretty off. I know that a Univision poll with some of the Democrats actually had Biden winning Cuban American or Hispanics in Florida by 15 points, and he lost by 40.
Yeah.
So they were off by 55 points, which is a lot.
Yeah, and the thing is that I will say, obviously the vast majority of Hispanics in South Florida are Cuban Americans, but you do have other Latinos in South Florida. You have Central Americans, you have South Americans, and you have a lot of Puerto Ricans as well. So it is not just Cuban Americans, but Cuban Americans have been the longest. Cuban Americans have a lot of probably like a lot of economic standing as well. A lot of Cuban expats have done really well for themselves, become an integral part of the South Floridian economy. So, also there's a big divide. A very, very, very vast majority of old Cubans, who are alive under the time of Castro and even Batista, the dictator before Fidel Castro, overwhelmingly split very, very conservative. But then you see their kids are a lot more moderate, a lot more democratic. It is most definitely not a easy, it's just like this, it's just like that. It is a very big sort of complicated issue, complex thing. as all things in life. You can't have to say black or white, this or that.
Yeah, absolutely. It is very complicated. And surprisingly, Florida is another one of those states which has had a growing population. But I don't think, like Texas, it's been concentrated in urban areas necessarily.
No, it is not.
So, yeah, Florida is a can of worms that has been in the heat all afternoon.
For the last 3 decades. 3 decades or so of chaos in Florida. Love to see it though. Every year, you never know what you're gonna get.
No, you really don't. You really don't. Remember when we had a guy who tried to eat somebody else's face off because he was on bath salts in Florida? That happened.
I do
forgot
remember
about that.
Happened.
That was my local news.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I've driven over that causeway many times, as a matter of fact.
Yeah. Eric, did you have something to add a minute ago, or no? There's no.
No, this is completely off topic. But by the way, DC just voted to legalize psychedelic mushrooms.
Oh, I heard about this. Oh yeah, the Washington Post is talking about it. Well,
I love these like little initiatives that don't get any attention. They're fascinating.
Oregon was looking to decriminalize all drugs, I saw, or like mostly all drugs: cocaine, heroin, psychedelics.
Yeah, interesting stuff. Some of these, you're not even going to know what happened until tomorrow morning, and you'll be like, "Oh, there was this on the ballot. I didn't know." Speaking of this on the ballot, 5 minutes now until Washington votes start coming in. So we will keep you posted on that. Kenny, what is your political hill to die on?
Political hill to die on. Oh, I have a lot of them, actually.
If you have a lot of them, think of something maybe less obscure or more obscure, excuse me. But like that could be, a lot of people don't talk a lot about foreign policy, but environmental policies that aren't necessarily related to climate change. Gun reform is a one that's pretty big these days. Hence,
the first one that I can think of would be ranked choice voting. I mean, I really like that. That's a big one where I just really don't see an argument against it. I mean, with other issues, I guess I can get to the subjective part. I am a progressive Democrat. I was a Bernie person in the primaries and whatnot, but I did vote for Biden this time around. But, I'm more of a progressive person. But even with most issues, I can at least see the other side. I can at least empathize with it. Tend to waffle on my beliefs a little bit, even if they kind of end up to the left. But ranked choice voting is the one where just no matter what, I just never hear a good argument against it. I mean, the two-party system, I believe, is quite destructive to this country. Especially, and it's just, I don't know, it gets to the way that people vote. I shouldn't say it. Maybe not ranked choice voting, but some form of non-first past the post voting. And I'd say actually, now that I think about it, I'm kind of more of a fan of runoff voting. Like how they do in France, where you have 2 elections, and then if no person gets 50%, then you can go a second one. I just like the idea that the winner has to have a majority of the populace by their side. Because
the only reason I disagree and I prefer ranked choice is because this election cycle is already 18 months.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if we had a second election?
Well, I'll counter that. I agree with the idea, but then I'll counter it doesn't have to be 18 months. I mean, in Canada they have one election that doesn't last 3 months. Doesn't last more than 3 months. Same thing in the United Kingdom.
That's inherently the problem. I just don't know how to solve that.
Me neither. Yeah, no, for sure. But I mean, I think I know. I would wonder how that would change an ideological thing. I was actually just talking with my friend from Ohio, and about the results coming in Ohio, and they showed a thing on CNN about how, or MSNBC, I believe it was, and it was about 7 counties that went Trump in 2016, but then voted for Sherrod Brown in the Senate in 2018. 5 out of 7 of them are now going for Donald Trump again, and we were just kind of like, I don't personally get how it happens. I mean, it kind of goes in the opposite of what I just said about 2-party system and everything, but ultimately I vote by my beliefs. And it just happens that, my beliefs always fall with the same party. So I don't get how, because you have voters who are very completely just ideologically, just 100% will never vote Republican, will never vote Democrat or whatever. But then you just have people who just are not really tuned in at all. Because I mean, respectfully, I don't really see how tuned in you could be to vote for someone between Sherrod Brown and Donald Trump who are just so different. I mean, with Obama Trump voters, okay, that's one thing in terms of like dissatisfaction, disaffection, or whatever. But now, I mean, Trump dominates the news cycle. It is inescapable right now who Trump is. So I mean, to see a contrast versus to not see a contrast in other people, especially Democrats, it's really interesting to see just how people vote. And again, obviously, that's coming from me, a political junkie. I think most people here are political junkies, so we're looking at a very different group of people. But
Absolutely. One thing that I do want to point out is there is one state that I know of that uses ranked choice voting, and it is also one of the 2 states that has split electoral votes. It is the state of Maine. And as we see, you can't see it in the thing because it's the numbers that are too small, but the 2 third-party candidates in Maine combined have about 6% of the vote with 40% reporting. Now, this is before any runoff, right? Because they do an instant runoff, which is what ranked choice does. So it is very plausible that even though Susan Collins is up 55 to 38, that as things trickle in, because again, we're only at 40% reporting, we've got another 60% to go with the votes. And then we could see the votes from Lisa Savage and Max Lynn get reallocated. And there's a decent chance that Sarah Gideon could end up overtaking Susan Collins in the ranked choice process. Now, we'll see if that actually pans out. As of now, with 55%, Susan Collins has a little edge, but we'll see about that. Collins notably being the only Republican to vote.
Massachusetts is voting an initiative this year to adopt a similar ranked choice.
Oh, interesting. It's spreading. This is good news.
Spreading, yes. Hopefully we can go back to the hill to die on real quick. Hot takes. It's not just universal male only voting, but it's also male only ranked choice voting.
Yes. Interesting tidbit that is not going to hold. Trump is currently leading in Rhode Island.
It's holding for quite a while, but no, it's
no, that ain't gonna stand. That's not. Yeah. I'm surprised they haven't called that one yet, because it's closer in Virginia than it is in Rhode Island. Right.
So Rhode Island looks like it's gone red.
No. It's currently with less than 50% reporting.
Oh, but for Biden by
it's an anomaly as part of the instant feedback loop of new information coming in. Kenny, do you have any parting words for us? Anything that you'd like to tell the stream, all 43 folks who are watching?
Yeah, I will actually add an opinion here that I spoke objectively about, like the Cuban American sort of divide and the thing. I just want to give my own perspective, which I find it, disappointing, maybe not too surprised that the Cuban vote has gone to Donald Trump, but an interesting aspect that I think about is people talk about economics, right? Economics. Republicans are, very liberal with economics. Democrats are more controlling with economics or whatever. And I get, why Cuban Americans, people fleeing from a socialist place would not be okay with that. And I get that, I am a progressive, but I understand if you're going to be a conservative coming from those places. But the thing that's very interesting to me is that Donald Trump is not just a Republican president. We're not talking about Mitt Romney. We're not talking about John McCain. We're talking about Donald Trump, someone who, in my opinion, is quite authoritarian, someone who has authoritarian tendencies at the very least, and most importantly, is just has very little regard for the democratic institutions of our country, and is just very willing to, challenge them and undermine them if it helps him. I may not win. Well, the election is rigged. Oh, people don't like me. Well, somehow, some way, your protest, your freedom of speech is illegitimate. And I mean, if you look at what has happened over 6 decades in Cuba, look at what Castro does to the Castros, I should say, what they have to do to hold on to power. Absolutely no freedom of speech. If you can't say a bad word about the government, you can't even go to church. You can't do all these things because it's anti-revolutionary, which by definition, I mean, it's out in the open. It's like you cannot say something bad about our founding principles, about our ideas, because it is too dangerous because what we say is the way that it is, and that's it. Certainly, I think Americans mostly feel the same way, but it's not written into our law that is the case. You are free to absolutely despise this country and want it to be completely flipped on its head, and that's your right as an American. So to see Donald Trump be kind of the first president to really just openly put the muscle behind that idea and really just say, give the finger to our democratic institutions or whatever, freedom of speech, freedom of the press, peaceful transfer of power, and for Cuban Americans to not only just not have a problem with that, but even increasingly want to vote for that, it really just blows my mind. I don't get how you can flee someone who completely removed your civil liberties in 1961, 1962, and then say, see someone doing the same thing to other people and not have any sort of empathy to want to vote against that. But that's just my perspective on the issue.
Well, I really appreciate that perspective. I appreciate you coming on, especially on the short notice.
No worries.
But yeah, it's going to be interesting, I think is the right word to say, how this is going to play out.
Oh Lord,
we'll see. But yeah, no, I appreciate you coming on. So I hope you have a good night, as good of a night as you can have as a Purdue engineer.
Yeah.
on a Tuesday. I don't know what time you have class in the morning, but
we have the reading day, so I don't have any.
Oh yeah, it's the reading day tomorrow. Well, isn't that convenient?
Yes.
Anyway,
I have an extra
take advantage
to be
of that.
nervous about the election results because they're going to be
exactly. I did not go to my classes the day after the 2016 election. I didn't go to my physics recitation because I needed to because of the iClicker form. But but that was it. That was not emotional taxing. I was physically exhausted for doing a 4-hour live stream. Anyway.
Yeah, we passed the 3-hour mark as I was on.
We have.
Kudos
We're
to you
at
guys.
3 hours and 5 minutes so far.
And it's 8 p.m., Carl, in the Pacific.
All right, Kenny, I got to let you go because Eric has been itching to talk about the West Coast. So I'm going to let him do that. And yeah. So thanks for popping on.
There's
have a good night, Kenny.
Shockingly, with
Eric, I'm going to hold you right there. I am going to go take like a 5-minute break real quick because you got to have your dinner. I need to I need to go.
Yeah, I'll go over. We're going to go over some Washington State results as they come in.
Oh, I'm doing this.
All righty. Now for the local portion of today's show. Unsurprisingly, Joe Biden has won California, Oregon.
Wait, Eric.
Yes.
I'm going to give you screen control port permissions just in case you want.
Thanks. We'll wait for that. Anyway, I'll keep talking. In a stunning turn of events, Joe Biden has won Washington, Oregon, and California, and Trump has won Idaho. 0 votes have been reported counted so far. Again, with that question we got at the beginning, how can you tell that the race has been called with 0 votes reporting? Mathematical certainty. Based on the polls and historical precedent, and if there's like 10 votes that have been counted, we're just like, all right, it's going to happen. Jay Inslee has also won re-election in the state of Washington, defeating Lauren Culp. We don't know by how much, but it's pretty much a done deal at this point. Not surprising. Jeff Merkley won re-election to the U.S. Senate in Oregon. Also not surprising. And so when we talk about what matters in local elections on the West Coast, it's a lot of the time the issues less people care about. The ones that are not going to be able to be called for some time, the closer races, things like Attorney General or Secretary of State, or even just congressional districts like the 8th the 9th. And so those are what's most interesting. And unfortunately, we don't have those yet. It's going to take another about 5 or so minutes for the Secretary of State office to publish those results. Of course, I'll get them to you as soon as we have them. But it's not surprising. I think some people had hopes for Lauren Culp, who was the Republican nominee in the state of Washington. But Democratic turnout in a place like Washington is extraordinarily high this year. We're seeing over 80% of ballots returned in Seattle. And King County as a whole has had a pretty record-setting turnout, at least in the modern era. The last time there's, of course, 2008 had a big turnout, but before then you'd have to go to 1944 to see higher percentage of eligible voters, registered voters, actually casting their ballots. And we're seeing that. We're seeing a huge turnout, but we're seeing turnout big projections for both Democrats and Republicans. Historically, get out the vote movements and turnout favors Democrats, but this year we're seeing something a little different. The results are on the West Coast not particularly surprising. Colin's asking about Oregon Measure 110. So I actually have no idea what Oregon Measure 110 is. So let's see if the Oregon Secretary of State has updated any results. Yes, we do. Okay. So Oregon Measure 110 reclassifies drug possession for all drugs effectively, lesser violations resulting in a $100 fine or completed health assessment. So basically decriminalizes most drugs. And that is currently winning 62% to 35%, or excuse me, 37%. But that is only about 41% reporting so far. So we will have to see how that plays out. Again, Oregon is another vote by mail exclusive state. The vast majority of the votes for both Oregon and Washington came in before Election Day. And unlike in places like Pennsylvania or Ohio, the mail-in votes are a complete mix between Republicans and Democrats as far as early voting, simply because they've been doing mail-by voting for some time. Places like Ohio and Pennsylvania, the vast majority of the vote by mails are for Democratic voters. And so day of election, in-person voters tend to swing towards Trump. And so it makes it a much, much harder thing to predict. Whereas if we have 60 or 70 or 80% of the votes coming in for Washington, it's pretty much a done deal. Same with Oregon, because the Republicans vote by mail early, just as high rates as the Democrats in the state. So you can get a much better projection. So let's check out King County results specifically. They just got released, so I haven't seen these yet. We're going to take a look at them. Referendum, okay, so the statewide races, of course, just judging based on King County, aren't going to be able to tell you much. What will tell you is the charter amendments, number 5 and 6, which handles control of the King County Sheriff Department and King County Sheriff, hands that back to the King County Council instead of the voters. Those are so far winning with Charter Amendment 5, 56% yes. Charter Amendment 6, 63% yes. Still a fair amount of votes to be counted, but probably going to pass. I would say those looks like those are going to pass. This is about 72% of the votes for King County. So it looks like the sheriff is going to be handled by the King County Council going forward. The other charter amendments are passing by much, much higher margins. So it's a lot. It's not particularly interesting. If we go down, there are, okay, so if we go to congressional districts, King County has the entirety of congressional district number 7, and that has 85% vote for Pramila Jayapal, the incumbent. District 1, most of District 1 is in King County, 72% of that vote for incumbent Susan Delbene. District 8 in South King County District 8, excuse me, is between East King County and Kittitas County into the Yakima Valley. King County is voting 60% for Kim Schreier, but unfortunately we'll have to see the other counties' results to know what's happening there. Going into District 9, 9 is South King County, 76% of the vote for Adam Smith, again, incumbent Democrat, really, really tough to get them to beat them in the general election. King County voted 76% for Jay Inslee, 23% Lauren Culp. Of course, the overall state results we'll find out in just a little bit. Interestingly, for lieutenant governor, which is probably the most interesting race in the ballot in Washington because it's 2 Democrats on the ballot and there's a massive write-in campaign for a Republican candidate. In King County, 49% of the vote went to Denny Heck, 41% went to Mark Elias. That is almost a 50-50 split for Democrats. That's absolutely wild to see. Almost 10% of the vote write-in candidate. Obviously, the write-in isn't listed because that has to be hand counted to be entered in, and that's a heck of a lot of votes that need to be counted for that. So very, very interesting results. The Republican that is winning the largest percentage share out of any of the state races in King County is Kim Wyman, with about 40% of the vote, which is really good news for her reelection chances because she's very popular. If she can scooch by with a minor loss in King County, then she'll be able to carry the rest of the state. Let's check the Secretary of State website and see if we have any other results from a statewide level. This might be particularly interesting. So going to referendum 90 for which is universal sexual education. It's only updating one county. So that's not going to be particularly helpful because the other counties haven't reported yet. This 35,000 votes. So we're getting results from one single county, which is Whatcom. Actually, Whatcom, Mason, and Ferry County. So we're getting results from 3 counties so far at the Secretary of State level. So it's going to be another 10 minutes or so for that. So unfortunately, we're not going to have any quick hot takes at 8 o'clock, which I was fingers crossed hoping for. It's taking a little while for the counties to publish their results and get to Kim Wyman's office down in Olympia. Having said that, I actually can't control putting on comments on screen or changing the video around. So if you have comments or questions about local races in Washington, Oregon, or California, do let me know. Carl's just popping back on.
Hello,
We're discussing King County results. We don't have the state election results yet.
I have a couple of updates. The Kansas Senate race has been declared for Roger Marshall, the Republican. This means that is one fewer state that the Democrats are looking to flip. Additionally, Biden has won New Mexico. So that is now official. Not a surprise there, but those are the 2 updates from the last couple of minutes here on the interwebs. But that's about it.
All right, Carl, I'm going to take a quick break. You just take over. I'll be right back.
All righty.
If you could.
So here, let me. All righty, folks. So taking a look back at the national map, again, not a whole lot is changing at the moment, even though we're having now the results from the West Coast. So we have almost a full map. Get your stuff together, Nevada. What the heck? Come on. It's not funny anymore. I mean, Hawaii and Alaska, they get a free pass, but Nevada? Come on. Anyway, so as you can see, it's filled in. You can't see, I guess you can kind of make it out on the stream, the difference between the shaded colors and the solid ones. I think the Washington Post does a much better job at this distinguishing between the two. You can very clearly see which races have not been called yet. One that we've been keeping an eye on all night, North Carolina, looks like Trump is pulling a little bit harder away, almost I guess about an 80,000 vote differential. No, not quite 80,000, about 70,000 votes difference between Trump and Biden in North Carolina, with 95% counted. I don't expect that one to change course, but we shall see. Georgia, 67% reporting and a 400,000 vote lead for Trump. Florida has been called by almost every agency. Fox News apparently just did a few minutes ago. Washington Post is yet to do so, but I don't expect that one to change either. Don't be alarmed. Virginia is showing up as being red here. That is not expected to hold. Decision Desk has already called that, but again, I'm only using this map because it has the best colors. And so if I'm being visually inclined to show you things, I'm going to use this map because it's easier to see. Pennsylvania, again, weird situation where the counting rates are all messed up because of when they can count things and when they can't. So nobody freaking knows in Pennsylvania. Again, New Hampshire has been called by several different agencies. Again, not the Washington Post, for Biden. Maine is also going to be interesting because they do have the ranked choice voting. I don't expect that to come into play very much in the presidential race, but what will matter is the different congressional districts. Like we mentioned before, Maine has multiple congressional districts, and they vote separately for electoral votes, just as Nebraska does. Now, I think Nebraska, all three. Okay, so it's looking like with 51%. Biden hasn't a lead for 2 of the 3 Nebraska districts. It's not looking like that's going to hold though, but it's too close to call. And Biden and Trump are split on the 2 main districts. So again, close to call there. Over in Texas, 85% reporting, and we're dealing with about a 500,000 vote differential. Again, don't expect that to close. Texas will not be blue this year. So 2024 could be really interesting because it was a 9-point advantage to Trump in 2016 and like 12 points to Romney in 2012. So Texas, be on the lookout, because if the Democrats win Texas for a decent margin of time, that's the end all be all potentially for the modern Republican Party. In terms of their path to victory, they got 38 electoral votes. Minnesota, again, slightly too close to call, 47% reporting. Iowa, 61%, but Biden has a 2.5 point lead, which is sizable, all things considered. Wisconsin, 51%, and Trump has a 2.5 point lead there. Michigan, pretty similar, but 44% and a significant Trump lead. Again, Michigan being one of the states that can't count the mail-in ballots until today, which means we won't know really any of the mail-in ballots until like tomorrow. So that's why Michigan and Pennsylvania are both red right now with big margins. That's because what Eric was talking about with the votes being structured the way that they are between the mail and the current voting. Eric wants me to add him back to the stream now. He's back.
We have real Washington results. We are about half of the counties reporting. I just wanted to give some insights into what I was talking about earlier. It's almost exactly a 52% Democrat, 48% Republican split for almost every statewide election. The exceptions, of course, being Kim Wyman with almost 60% of the vote overall. About half the counties reporting, not including Spokane, King, or Snohomish. So could see some left shift, but unlikely to change a ton. We'll continue to refresh these results. Also looking like referendum 90, which is about a universal sex education, looks like that's going to pass easily, having 60% of the vote so far, 61%, excuse me. That seems like it's probably close. It's probably good enough to call. And so we'll just kind of wait and see what happens there. Carl, anything else interesting to report? I mean, I know you were working on your stuff there. I'm still following on these local elections here.
Yes, I do have things to report. The only notable thing in the Senate
Fox News Decision Desk has closed now projecting that former Vice President Joe Biden will win the state of Arizona.
Okay, that is a big deal.
Is blue, according to Fox News.
That is a huge, huge deal, because what that means is that Biden does not need North Carolina, Georgia, does not need does not need Iowa, does not need Ohio, and can even lose Pennsylvania, Michigan, or Wisconsin, one of the three, and still win the election. Now, if Biden loses Wisconsin, or one of the three, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, or Michigan, then, and of the things I just mentioned.
Let me go to 270 to win real quick.
Yeah, this is when we start doing the real math of the night here. So Eric's going to pull that up. I have other news in Arizona. This is not quite called yet, but it is very likely that Mark Kelly, former NASA astronaut, husband to former Congresswoman Gabrielle Giffords, will be beating Martha McSally, who is a appointed replacement for John McCain's seat after losing in the year before in 2018. So it's very likely that Mark Kelly will be the senator from Arizona. Little too close to call there just yet, but I expect that result to come in within minutes. That's going to be probably our next big event. But no, Arizona is so far would be the first swing state to be called for Biden, which is a huge deal. Huge deal. And pretty much as monumentous as Florida going to Trump. Even though Arizona is less than half the size of Florida, population-wise and electoral votes-wise. So that's where we're at right now. Chat, do you have questions? They have questions about Washington politics. I don't have answers for that.
Oh, okay. Let me take a look at those. Anything interesting in Washington? So far, nothing really. We're going to wait until the King County, Spokane, and Snohomish County results get populated on the Secretary of State website. It's not like they're not there. I just don't want to do the math and go to each of the county websites. So I'm just waiting until the Secretary of State updates their website to have it in kind of a unified place. Let's take a look at the 270 to win map, though. Let's flip gears, go back a little bit national, because that's interesting. And this is kind of the projection now.
Eric, do you want to share screen?
I'm sharing screens.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, so this is 270 to win. This is our projection right now. And what we see is anything that's hard colored has basically been called so far. Oh, that needs to be hard blue. That needs to be hard blue. Anything that's soft colored hasn't been called yet. But it's projected, right? So we can project this way. Nevada's probably going to go blue, but we're seeing strong Hispanic voting in Florida. The trend that likely is to continue in Nevada, strong for President Trump. That's going to be interesting to watch. A red Nevada doesn't really play that much into the general 270 to win. However, flipping Pennsylvania is really going to be what it comes down to here. So if we assume Ohio and Iowa go to Trump, as well as North Carolina and Georgia and Texas, but we assume Nevada to Biden, a single flip here in Pennsylvania means that Trump has exactly 270 votes. Joe Biden has 268, which is insane.
Eric, apparently it comes down to some regards, Nebraska's 2nd district.
Yeah, Nebraska's 2nd district and Maine. Is Maine going all blue?
I don't know.
So that's also going to be a factor. Does Maine's 1 and Nebraska's extra, do their extra seats go? Because that could literally tie. That could give us a tie.
Yes. Now, don't panic, because Pennsylvania, we do not expect results from until at the earliest tomorrow, realistically Thursday or Friday. Same thing with Michigan and Wisconsin. So those 3 very important states, we will not know tonight. At this point, everybody on Twitter is saying we will not have a winner tonight, which, if you'd been paying attention in the last month or two, we expected coming in. The only outcome in which we would have had a winner tonight is if there was a huge blue wave. And since we ruled that out after what we've seen in Florida, Texas, Georgia, and North Carolina, It is safe to say that there will not be a winner of the presidential election tonight. Now, will either candidate make a speech tonight? I don't even know that yet. We'll have to see. The Biden campaign did send an email out to supporters. I'm on their list. So it's a very typical we don't know yet kind of thing, that the fight is not over. I'm proud of what we've accomplished so far. Give people light and they will find a way. Things that he said in that email. So there is a chance that neither candidate will speak. I expect Trump to speak, but we'll see. Apparently Nate Silver is just screwing around and is entertaining the idea of a 269 tie, which is possible. I don't know. Has anybody actually done the analysis on congressional delegations? I don't want to have to deal with that because I don't want to go by 435 Congress people and count state by state. Well,
if we take a look at the House map, nothing is flipped, which is not true.
Yeah.
There have been seats flipped, but there have been exactly the same number of flips on both sides.
Yes.
So the net gain is 0, which is beautiful and American and so lovely. And honestly, thanks the House for being just wild and crazy and love. Like, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see.
Look at all that gerrymandering.
Yeah, if we take a look, the one contested district in Washington, House 8, looks pretty safe for Kim Schreier. I wouldn't call it just yet, but it's there. It's 54%, 45%. Still waiting on a little bit of results coming in from the Secretary of State website. We can take a look at our Secretary of State website and see if we have a refresh. Yes, we do. And this is pretty much all counties reporting now, except for the ones that don't count. Okay, great. So Wazoo's doesn't have their votes yet, but pretty much everybody else does. Referendum 9B is passed. If we go to the federal election here.
Which one is the referendum?
Referendum 9B is universal sexual education.
Oh, good. Good. Okay.
If we see Washington State, 60% of Washingtonians voting for Joe Biden, compared to just 36.5% for Donald Trump.
That is a very good
for Joe Jurgensen. So he's very unpopular in the state of Washington, Donald Trump. Susan DelBene handily win in Congressional District 1. Rick Larson handily win in Congressional District 2. Jamie Butler winning by a little bit closer margin, but still in the 3rd district, maintaining that seat there. Dan Newhouse winning handily there in the 4th district. Kathy McMorris Rogers, 60% of the vote there. Derek Kilmer, 61% from the Kitsap Peninsula. Pramila Jayapal, 85% of the vote in Seattle. Kim Schreier winning by just about 10 points in eastern King County and Kittitas County and Yakima counties. Adam Smith in South King County and North Pierce County winning 75% of the vote there. And Marilyn Strickland coming off with about 50% of the vote in the 10th congressional district. So not particularly interesting there. Let's take a look at the county or the state executive positions. This is probably the most interesting. We can see Jay Inslee's vote margin has now changed to 60% of the vote, matching that 60% of Washington being Democrat, 60% voting for Joe Biden, 40% Republican, 40% for Lauren Culp. That seems about right. Looks like the write-in campaign might have died. Only about 20% of folks wrote in a lieutenant governor candidate. Looks like Denny Heck is probably going to come away with the plurality of vote there. Not a majority, but enough to win. Still a lot left to be counted there. Primarily here in Eastern Washington, though. So lots of write-ins could be coming, and that may be why it's taking so long to vote. So we will see what happens. But probably most Republicans in the state didn't know that there was a write-in campaign because the education on that was absolutely abysmal, and thus it died. even though that was the best opportunity the Republicans had at gaining an extra seat in the state of Washington. Kim Wyman's lead is now very narrow, now leading only by about just about 2%, 3% now. So much closer. Interestingly, looks like we might have a new state treasurer. Dwayne Davidson was the incumbent Republican. Looks like he's going to get unseated by
probably just because of the letter next to his name, though.
Probably has nothing to do with who he is. Yep. Pat McCarthy maintaining her seat as state auditor. Bob Ferguson maintaining his seat as attorney general. Hillier Franz maintaining her seat as commissioner of public lands. Chris Reichendahl maintaining his seat as superintendent of public education. And Mike Creedler maintaining his seat that he's had for like my entire life. I think 20 years. I think he started in 2001 as insurance commissioner. Again, 170% of the vote. It's kind of so the judicial map or the legislative map isn't particularly interesting this year. There are some interesting races that I want to take a look at. I'm in 36th district, and we actually have a contested race for once. It looks like Liz Berry is pulling ahead, the more liberal candidate of the two very liberal candidates. So we're seeing a pretty liberal movement on that front. Where is it? I think it's this one. Is it this one? Nope, it's not that one. There's one of these that's I can't remember what district Frank Chop is in. He was getting contested, and I want to see how he's doing. Whoops. J.T. Wilcox, the Republicans doing fine and dandy in South Pierce County, North Thurston. Sorry that it just pops me out every single time, so it's really kind of annoying. 37th district, the more liberal of the two candidates down here won, and then the incumbent Sharon Santos won here. But
Eric, we have a net positive for the Democrats in the Senate. It has officially been called that Mark Kelly hasn't defeated Martha McSally in the Arizona Senate race. Also, because we were talking about it earlier, update on the betting markets. Trump is down to minus 149. He was at minus 600. Something tells me that means that his chances are going down.
Y'all should have bet on Biden when he was at minus 600.
You really should have. You really should have.
That would have been good money. Who knows? Who knows? We still have no idea what's going to come out of Pennsylvania. Now, this is a decision desk. They haven't technically called it for Mark Kelly yet, but looks like I believe the New York Times hasn't called it either. So it's being called by some, but not all. We're getting there.
This is, Eric, the most important race of the night. This is the new state flag of Mississippi. It's a good one. It's a good one.
The magnolia flower, right? It's a magnolia flower. You've got the same color scheme relative to the old Confederate flag.
With the yellow.
South Carolina's, they're replacing Confederate flag with a state flag was definitely the best. But Mississippi, way to go. Pretty good. Solid B+ flag right there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Which to be fair, the average score for state flags is like a C-.
Oh, like a D.
Average.
Yeah, still no. So yeah, we're just still waiting on stuff. Now, if anyone wants to join in on the call, now's about the time when we'd get another guest. I know Adam was considering it. So Adam, if you're online.
Also, Marcus, I don't know if Marcus is still watching. If he's online, shoot me a message and we can make something happen.
Email, then we can get you online. It doesn't matter what method you use, Snapchat, Instagram, Facebook. I got them all open. So you put in the chat. This is the part of the night where people start feeling the alcohol that they've been drinking. I've not been drinking any, but other people have. And they're starting to realize, I'm going to go to sleep and I have no idea what's going to happen in the morning. You're going to wake up at 6 a.m. with anxiety and cold sweats. And
a big hangover.
or a hangover, one of the two. I mean, who knows what caused it, but yeah, it's good. Looks like we're about to get Adam, Montana native, which is also pretty interesting because now we have Montana results, and so we can talk about the intense Senate and gubernatorial races that happened in Montana. I mean, pretty wild.
I feel like we almost need to bring Leah back for this.
Yeah, perhaps, but give me a second. I'm just sending him the email, so he'll be online in just a second. Great. So just forward him the email, and so we'll wait for his arrival. And again, anyone else, if they are interested in jumping on board, just let us know. We'll find a way.
I did while we're at it, I did say that I would mention this. So I got a very interesting Instagram direct message from somebody that I have not talked to in, I want to say 6 years. Somebody I knew back in high school, not even very closely. Like, we don't even follow each other on Instagram. And he said that he would be willing to come on if it was anonymous, and unfortunately that's not possible.
Yes, it is. Technically, with no video.
Yeah, with the voice and everything, you know.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, but he said that he wanted to share that he is a black male Trump supporter.
Wow.
And that is something that he would not admit publicly. And it is his view that many people who share his demographic feel the same way. So it's anecdotal entirely. But I find that really interesting.
Well, Trump
he's probably not even watching anymore. But
Trump has won a much larger share of black people than Hillary did. Adam says his camera isn't working, but you may be able to join without a camera.
Yeah,
just
I think that's possible. We'll take caller on line 3.
We'll just discuss that Montana stuff because it is particularly interesting.
Adam is a Democrat from Montana on the Democrats line. You're live, Adam.
Carl, you're gonna get a double span after this whole aerospace thing doesn't work out.
I think there are probably 4 people on the stream right now that got that joke.
I did explain it to them, yes.
So,
but that's
anyway. Yeah, Montana, Bullock is up by, oh gosh, 2,000 votes.
Yeah, sounds about right.
With 34% in. Let's find governor one. No, it's states. I don't want that.
The Republican governor, Guinefort, is up by about 3,000 votes with a little under 40%, 35% in as well.
Yes.
So it's going to be one of those things.
Yeah, you don't really think about Montana being purple, but they're Democrats and the Republicans are both.
Let me tell you, the number of like Christian hipsters that have moved to Missoula or Bozeman is off the charts.
That's true. That's true.
It's a lot. Farmers market, rural Democratic
people who also love Jesus.
Yes, it's like some amazing like subculture stuff.
All righty. First, before we bring on Adam, I'm going to answer Jacob's question. Do we have a result at this point? Will we have a result tonight at this point?
No. No. The
answer is no.
The votes in Pennsylvania have not been counted. We won't even know Georgia and North Carolina because a couple of their counties really, really messed up their counting, and they just had computer glitches. It's not like they miscounted or whatever. This is why you should do mail voting, everybody. We won't even know those until tomorrow. So,
all right, Adam. Adam, can we hear you? Say something.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes. Awesome. All right.
So you are in Bozeman right now?
Yeah, I am in my house in Bozeman right now, Bozeman, Montana.
There we go.
Did you vote absentee in Washington or did you vote in Montana?
I'm a Montana voter now, Montana resident and everything.
Oh, that is exciting. Welcome to the moved out club.
So I hear a lot about the Montana elections, but they seem to be pretty intense this year. What can you tell us from the ground out there?
Yeah, it's definitely been really intense. There have been some amazing political ads, especially the attack ads. Mike Cooney, no hunting license in over 20 years, higher taxes, D from the NRA. Sounds like the perfect governor for California. Yeah, it's been pretty intense, honestly. The ads have been nonstop, as I'm sure they've been in a lot of other places. And we're all really looking forward to all the ads being over and also getting the results.
Yeah, it's do you have a feeling, like a prediction going one way or the other?
I mean, like, obviously I have a lot of, liberal leaning friends, Democratic leaning friends, and so just based on that and just like the massive amount of voter turnout there's been all over, really, it seems like this year. I really think and hope Steve Bullock will win that Senate seat. I know that's one of the really, really key ones because Steve Daines right now I believe is the one that's holding it, and he's a Republican. So if we can make that swap, I think that'd be pretty big for a state like Montana to get a Democratic senator in there.
Yeah, well, so Steve Bullock's the current Democratic governor, is that correct?
Yeah, I believe that's correct.
Term limits.
He's a two-term popular Democratic governor, which means he won re-election when Trump won Montana by a fair
I
margin.
remember that being a very minor storyline that year.
Yeah, people didn't really care about it. Yeah, it's really fascinating to see that kind of purple shift in what has normally been a very red state. And I mean, we're seeing the same thing happening in Texas, just because of demographics and population shifts, more so than any cultural shift within the state itself.
Yeah, there's been a massive population shift here. Just like at least my experience in Bozeman, you talk to a bunch of people at the college and around, and half of them say they're from California. So there's definitely been a lot more Democrats moving out here. Also, there was an initiative on the ballot in Montana to legalize marijuana, so that's exciting.
I wonder how that one's doing.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
Yeah, I've been hearing a lot of positive support from it. My girlfriend actually works in the medical marijuana industry right now, and so I've been getting a lot of the scoop from her and everything. And it looks like it has a really very real chance to pass and all that. But then it just gets down to the legislature writing and all that. So.
Okay, well, speaking of that, I just looked it up. Currently, Arizona has passed legalizing marijuana. And Montana, with 24% of precincts reporting, Initiative 190 is trending 61% in favor.
Nice.
A higher margin than any of the statewide races for governor or for senator. So
that's what I like to see.
Some Republican support for the marijuana.
That makes sense. The Republicans in Montana are generally the libertarian kind.
Yeah, most definitely.
Just give me a big ranch and leave me the frick alone.
Really, yeah. So we'll see. We'll have to keep an eye on that. I don't know what constitutional measure number 1 related to the State Board of Higher Education has failed.
The constitutional amendment in the state of Virginia has passed, or is likely to pass, which is to implement a nonpartisan commission on to congressional redistricting. What I find really interesting about that is, for probably the first time, the Democrats opposed the measure and the Republicans supported it. Because the Democrats currently have a control of the entire Chamber of the Commonwealth here in Virginia. And the Republicans don't want to infringe on that too much. So they want to infringe on that. The Democrats don't want to let them. So anyway, just that fun tidbit. Also, right to repair is apparently passing overwhelmingly in Massachusetts, being the first state to do so.
Really love to see
John
that.
Deere is probably pissed for the 5 farmers in Massachusetts.
Yeah. But the question is, does that apply to iPhones?
That is a very, very, very important question. There will be lawsuits over this one.
This is a weird hill to die on, but I'm going to dive into it just a tad because we've got less people on the stream who care. So effectively, the right to repair is a huge law proposal for primarily farmers who purchase hundreds of thousands of dollars of very complicated machinery that make the farming process incredibly efficient so that one person can effectively sit in a cab while a computer does the vast majority of the work. The problem is that these machines are incredibly complicated and differ so very much from traditional tractors that are just like internal combustion engines that just like have a seat on top of it.
And a bunch of gears.
Yeah, that's literally what a tractor normally is. These tractors are so complicated that the only way you can get them fixed is go to the dealership. And
it requires software to be able to fix even hardware problems.
Allowed to touch it. It's not even like your car. Well, you could go to the Audi dealership or you could just go to an Audi specialist. No, it literally won't let you touch the stuff unless you go to the dealership because they're afraid you'll break it. But of course, very handsy mechanical farmers think they can fix it. In fact, they probably can. They know these tractors better than John Deere does sometimes, and yet they're not allowed to. And it costs them hundreds of thousands of dollars every year on a big farm scale to repair these items. So it's a big deal in a lot of these Midwestern farming states. However, it extends way beyond to other items, including potentially iPhones. And the new iPhone 12 is effectively repair proof. Like it's impossible for third-party repairs to work successfully on the iPhone. So if you crack your screen, you go to Apple or you buy a new phone. And so if you're thinking about upgrading, my recommendation is don't, because that iPhone 11 is cheaper and it lets you repair it. That's a trend we're going to see moving forward, but a Massachusetts right to repair law may apply to all forms of technology. Elliot Vader is trying to contact me, Carl.
Yeah, I don't know what. Oh, he wants to weigh in on this issue. Oh, okay.
Bring him on. Do you have his email?
Well, okay, hold on. First off, let's finish up with Adam. Then we'll talk to Marcus, and then we'll have Elliot on. Okay. I think that's going to make everybody happy. So, Adam, do you have any other insights about Montana or your experience moving from Washington to Montana, or really anything else that you'd like to say?
I don't know. I guess one thing I've noticed in my experience moving from Washington to Montana is that it just kind of seems that like-minded people kind of always seem to find each other. It might not be the same for the whole area, the whole state of Montana, but at least for the Bozeman area, everyone here, I'm not going to say everyone, obviously, but a lot of the people here are kind of on the same page of a very libertarian approach, and I'm sure most of Montana is as well. Libertarian, kind of leftward leaning. And with the massive influx of people from California, Washington, Minnesota, Colorado that are all moving here, I think it's just going to keep trending that way, and I could definitely see Montana going from purple to more blue leaning in the near future, maybe even the next election.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to watch. Thanks, Adam, so much for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Really appreciate it. We're going to bring our next guest. Who's up next, Carl?
All right. Up next is another real-life Florida man. This is Marcus, who is once again joining us from Indiana.
Before you introduce yourself, Marcus, some interesting tidbits about the Florida results. We're getting in new exit polls and information that helps us understand what might have happened for Trump's big victory there. A lot of people were saying it's the white Cubans who are afraid of Castro, and they think that the Kamala Harris pick and the kind of socialism trend towards the Democratic Party has scared them away from a Joe Biden ticket. So mainly blaming the results on white Cubans, as opposed to other Hispanic populations that may come from other countries of origin. However, we're seeing that may not be the case, because in Texas, the nation's #1 Latino county, with 96% of the population being in that county as Latino, Clinton won this county by 60 points in 2016. Joe Biden, with 98% reporting, is winning it by 5 points. So we are witnessing a huge shift in how Hispanic voters are as a group voting. And part of that has to do with the massive diversity of the Hispanic group in America. It is not one group. It is a hugely diverse. And that's why some people really don't like the term Hispanic and Latino. And there's a whole lot of nuance there that it's tough to get into these conversations about race. But it is a very mixed group that you really can't put in any one culture other than the fact that they speak Spanish. And they're going to be the plurality of America's population going forward. But this is a huge sign, unexpected sign for Republicans going forward in their strategy, especially considering Trump's anti-immigration stance, which was very unfavorable in 2016. So anyway, Marcus, thanks for indulging me and giving that insight. But I'd love to hear your insights on Florida. So if you could introduce yourself, where you're from, what you're feeling right now, and
then Marcus does also have apparently some hot take to share. So I'm really excited to hear about that.
to that. But I will.
Yeah.
Well,
Let's talk about Florida first.
like I gotta.
Yeah, a lot on my plate, it appears here. Yeah, I just got finished wrestling an alligator, so I've got my Florida street cred up to par. Yeah, I'm a aerospace engineering student in my final year of aerospace engineering here at Purdue. That's how I've met Carl and found my way onto this lovely little stream here. I lived in Florida for all 18 years of my life before I came up here to Purdue, and look back on it with fond memories of cutting the grass in the sweltering heat and never understanding truly what winter meant. As far as reactions, I was really surprised, actually, to Florida going not just red, but so convincingly red. I remember looking out every year that I used to watch elections in Florida, and even in the past election when I was in Indiana voting from afar, kind of watching with bated breath, because it really did seem like it could go either way. But it did surprise me how much it went in favor of Trump this time, especially considering all of the activism that came out. I think that the insights that you all provided actually on the perspectives of the Cuban population were incredibly illuminating for me, actually. I'm not as connected with the Latino community down there. I live in a town called Boca Raton, Florida, which is a predominantly like kind of white, middle to upper class resort town kind of thing that's north of Miami. But I do have Hispanic friends. One of my closest friends since some of my earliest days is actually from just illustrating, like you said, the different backgrounds among that Latino label. He's from a Honduran background. His mother immigrated from Honduras via Texas, married a Texan gentleman, and she now owns a business with a different husband. Don't need to get into that story there, but and they actually have more conservative leanings, even though she is a outspoken immigrant who came to this country originally illegally before acquiring her green card and going through the citizenship process here. So I've seen in my life a personal example of just what you're saying about how the many factors behind the Latino vote are very diverse and not just a matter of what's the immigration policy this year.
That I think is particularly interesting. I'd be fascinating to know how much Catholicism and Catholic faith plays into it, because you have the vast majority of Hispanics in the U.S., or I should say Latinos coming from Central America, have Catholic origins from back in the Spanish colonial days, and Joe Biden is a devout Catholic that attends Mass every single week, and yet many Catholic Americans, especially in other Catholic communities like the Vietnamese community, are very staunchly anti-Biden, particularly because of abortion. And that issue is still incredibly important to a lot of voters. And the Supreme Court and abortion are one of the most important issues for Republicans today. And, I think a lot of, if I may, Marcus, just briefly interject, because I think this is hard to understand for a lot of liberals, but abortion is not between, controlling the women's body or not controlling the women's body. It is whether a woman has the right to choose what happens to her body, or whether you think that they are literally murdering babies, which puts it into perspective, because it's not a something that you can just kind of give up on if that's something you think is happening. And if your strong conviction, especially in faith-based communities, believes that a fetus, a developing fetus, is a baby effectively, and a human child that is just waiting to come out at that point, then abortion is literally murdering children, which, if you think about it, is a pretty hard stance. Now, of course, that definition of whether or not the fetus and the baby is a human yet is what it really comes down to. And so when people talk about, they just want to control women's bodies, that's not what's happening. And I think it's really important for people to understand that. But it's also understandable why, for Republicans particularly, pro-life is so important to them, because their mindset is literally, okay, listen, we could send a few thousand troops to Afghanistan and Iraq, and I really, don't like that. I want to save those lives or whatnot. Or we could, the Republican Party is pro-death penalty, but that's only like, maybe 100 people a year. But if we allow abortions to happen, we're literally murdering thousands of babies every year. And that's way more death than you could imagine. Now, of course, with coronavirus, it's no longer the same. And I'm not saying one way or the other, but I'm saying that I think the nuance of that argument is incredibly important. So sorry for Marcus for kind of taking up your time there. But I just wanted to hope that helps people understand why it goes so polarizing and is such an important issue to a lot of voters, especially on the right.
Yeah, no, I'm actually kind of glad you did that, actually, because I feel kind of where my political position lies is very early on in life, I learned from my parents predominantly to consider all the sides of an argument. And honestly, I think my first hot take, which I wasn't even planning on being one of my hot takes, is that I fear for this country's direction, not in leaning one way or the other, but in leaning at all. I think that, and I've only become, politically aware and active over the last few years of my life. But looking at history, my mother's a history professor, I'm apt to do that. It seems that this country is, at least perhaps just more overtly, but maybe is actually just now moving in a direction more of deciding on things based on, I think you made a great comment earlier, Eric, about a candidate based on the little letter next to their name more than the name of the person themselves. I hear from a lot of outspoken people, including a couple of your guests, that they would like to consider candidates more on issues, but it seems that in order to be a political candidate or to even be a valid candidate, that you need to have just some blind acceptance of the party line, and this is the way it is. And it breaks my heart, honestly, that we're talking about the Senate in terms of how many flips do we get and where are the majorities, and not about actually how people decide things. So I guess that's my first hot take, is resenting partisanship more than any party positions. So I'm really glad to actually hear you take a chance to try and cross the boundary and say, here's what the other side is thinking about this issue, because I think that ultimately is what's going to help the country.
So what's your other hot take?
Well, my other hot take. If I remember correctly, the hot takes were, oh no, that was my hill to die on. My other hot take actually kind of relates to this whole Senate and House business. And a lot of the discussion that I have with friends and family about issues surrounding representation, and particularly what I just mentioned about, these divided issues and party blocks going all one way and everything, I think relates a lot to and in particular, a lot of the frustration that voters feel about electing representatives being this kind of very distant thing they only get in touch with, once every 2 or 4 years, depending which cycle you're talking about. And then, those representatives putting on a face for their election campaign and then doing kind of whatever they want. My hot take is we actually changed the entire system by which representatives and senators are inducted into Congress by having them go through a mandatory waiting period. So essentially, after their election, they go through a mandatory waiting period where they are cycled through different communities that they are supposed to be representing. So they will actually have to work for, maybe you could select randomly based social security number, different people inside their communities. And I think that would not only give a chance for people, ordinary people, to gain a more honest perspective on the people they want to elect, but also for the representatives to more accurately get a sense of what people actually want in their communities instead of just voting on these party blocks.
I've never heard that idea before. I'm
It
very
is entirely radical because I'm technically talking about something that would require a major constitutional amendment and probably a whole lot of bickering.
At the federal level.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, that's kind of what I'm saying.
I mean,
I think
everybody I know from Illinois complains about Mike Madigan being a Skeletor that has controlled the state for 40 years.
Yeah.
But I feel like that's a situation where you really have to think about I think the issue that the issue at hand there is whether or not it's advantageous to only talk about new politicians versus incumbents. Yes. What's your big update, Eric?
Blue Texas is dead.
Texas is red?
Texas is red. Decision Desk HQ has called Texas as
there it is. There it is. Texas is red.
So the path to the White House now runs through Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. Trump could win Wisconsin or Michigan, and Biden has to win Pennsylvania and one or the other, Wisconsin or Michigan.
Yes. Yes.
Weird
shit with Maine and Nebraska.
Yeah, we're getting really close, people. Now, of course, I'd also like to point out, sorry, Marcus, I'm going to jump into some other updates that have come in since the 9 o'clock hour. There are now according to some estimates out of North Carolina, 130,000 votes that haven't been counted, potentially mail-in votes that just haven't arrived yet, but will be able to be counted if they arrive in the next 3 days. So that's a thing. Also, Amanda Knox is a name I haven't said in a long time, from Seattle, went to the University of Washington and unfortunately Seattle Preparatory School, studied abroad in Italy. And she says, quote, "Whatever happens in the next 4 years can't be as bad as that 4-year study abroad I did in Italy," right?
She's becoming Monica Lewinsky.
I mean, honestly, I don't blame her. So that's fascinating. Yeah, Georgia's Trump lead is also shrinking.
Interesting.
The needles are getting closer. Now, it's still, I keep in mind, it was at 90 and 95% respectively. Now, Georgia's at 78% likely for Trump, and North Carolina's at 84, but the 84 still hasn't counted in some of those absentee votes. So who knows what's going to happen there?
All righty. Well, Marcus, do you have any parting words that you'd like to leave us with? Any last advice or nuggets of knowledge and wisdom?
Really enjoyed all the coverage so far, and I think you guys have made a lot of very interesting and informative points, and I hope you keep continuing to do that. We may not get to see a winner tonight, but if this is all the coverage you can do.
33 people watching. Don't expect it.
Yeah, I even misspoke on that. But in the days coming,
everybody knows.
Yeah, in the days coming, it'll be interesting to see how stuff comes out. There's all sorts of stuff to look at for the future, like what's going to happen with Texas. It's going more blue, but what's happening with the Hispanic vote? So many interesting trends to look at.
I do have another update before you go. Ohio has joined the Texas club, according to both Decision Desk and NBC News. Ohio is red. Right there. Which,
not surprising.
It's Ohio. It's like the definition of the state that's just like there. It's like Ohio, the New Jersey of the Midwest.
My grandparents live there.
Anyway, I think that's enough.
All right.
Marcus, thanks so much for coming on. Hope to talk to you again soon.
Indeed. Have a good night.
Have a good night. All righty. Elliot has been waiting very patiently because I didn't tell him when to come on. He just came on. So,
Okay. Elliot's going to come on, and then Joey's going to be coming soon.
okay, here's
Right,
Elliot.
yeah.
His mullet.
I just
Elliot-
wanted to talk about the right to repair.
Okay, so before you get into that, I did pull it up, and it's specifically for vehicles.
Yes. So
This does not include the iPhone.
one of the interesting things that John Deere is doing with the right to repair is they're saying that that farmers don't actually own their tractors; they just have a license to use them. Even though that's setting like a bad precedent because
Magna Carta.
What?
It goes against everything about property rights since the Magna Carta.
Yeah, but they may be able to successfully argue that. And another thing about the right to repair is,
wait, you know Justice?
What?
Justice Bill.
Yeah. What? How did you know that I know Justice Bill?
Because he commented on Facebook.
Oh, okay.
Justice
Well,
each other.
Justice, how you been, man? Yeah, I went to high school with Carl Nielsen. Anyways.
Okay, cool. I'm sorry. I just
a lot in congressional debate back in high school as well. So.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I love Justice. Justice is the boy. But yeah, the right to repair is going to get really interesting, and it's actually drove the price of low hour older tractors up quite significantly because farmers are afraid to buy one of the new tractors. They'd rather have one that's, you know, from the late 90s, early 2000s that doesn't have all these complicated electronics that they know they will actually own instead of having to get into a court battle about whether they have just a license to use or actually own the tractor. And they may not have all of the self-driving auto-tilling features, but with the correct attachments, you can upgrade them to perform similar tasks. And so it's causing a really weird market where no one wants to buy new tractors, and this may lead to John Deere and other companies caving due to lack of sales, and the free market may fix this issue. Because if you make tractors too unattractive to farmers, they will not buy them, basically.
Yeah, no, it's going to be really interesting to see play out, and it's something that city slickers have no freaking clue about.
It's bad business, but it's a shame that doesn't apply to all electronics, because that iPhone's going to affect a lot more people, and I think a lot of people are going to very quickly realize, people in the city are going to very quickly realize what right to repair really means.
Apple.
I mean, it's really interesting that it applies to all vehicles, because there's other things that could apply to, like the new BMW and Audi. If you buy it new, you get 3 years free, and then you have to pay a monthly fee if you would like to continue using features like heated seats, cruise control. They will turn off features that are built into your car unless you pay a monthly fee. And that's one of the things that a right to repair, you could repair that out of there, and that would close down a revenue stream for a car manufacturer. So they don't want to do that. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this plays out. This will also affect Tesla, because Tesla is notorious for not wanting to repair damaged vehicles that they deem unrepairable, but are actually quite repairable. So, and Tesla also has a problem of removing features from used cars. There was a car dealership that sued Tesla a couple months back. Sorry, you look like you want to say something, Eric.
Carl, can you share screens real quick?
Yeah.
The New York Times updated their needle for Georgia.
I heard about this.
About 3 minutes ago.
If Biden wins Georgia, it's game over for Trump. Essentially, you have to. He'd have to do something crazy in the Midwest.
You're right. No, it's definitely not impossible, but this just goes to show that Georgia and North Carolina are going to take a couple more days, probably not even tomorrow. I
expect we'll know for sure Friday.
What we realized had happened is that they were reporting all of the votes counted, 80%, 90%, 100% counted. But that number was of in-person votes.
Yes.
The secretaries of state or the secretary of state or the county election officials didn't include, for whatever reason. Perhaps it has to do with their system and the fact that they just didn't update it.
Eric, get this.
Yeah.
Get this. Atlanta is stopping counting for the night.
Yeah. So Philadelphia is counting through the night, 24 hours. Atlanta is not. Atlanta is actually stopping counting for the night. They are going to be counting for a while.
Yeah.
But it's clear to say these are nowhere near called. And a Georgia win is a huge thing for the Biden camp. But it also goes to show just how much mail-in voting is really complicating the election.
In states that don't know what the heck they're doing.
Yes. And hopefully people realize it's way better to vote from home. But anyway, that's another back to the hill and the die on. I'm going to take off the stop sharing. Elliot, you may continue. Thanks for.
Sorry. Yeah. One thing Tesla does is like there's a car dealership that bought a Tesla used. They were a used car dealership that had autopilot on it. And when that dealership sold that car with that option for a premium, to another customer, Tesla found out that the car had been sold and removed that feature because the person who now owned the car didn't pay for it. So that's one of the very interesting things that I hope Right to Repair fixes is the ability for car manufacturers to over the air downgrade your car, which I don't think should be
I have a
something
pretty
they
smart
can do.
Honda Civic, and if they freaking did that, I would sue.
Yeah. Anyways, that's about all I had to say, unless you have any questions for me.
No, I appreciate the insight because I think it's a big issue that isn't as big as a lot of the other issues facing our country, but it's not insignificant. And I think it's something that people should keep an eye on, even if they're not like passionate about it. It's something to keep an eye on.
All right.
So anyway,
you,
I really
guys.
appreciate it. Enjoy North Carolina, Elliot.
I will. Thank you. Bye.
Talk to you later. Bye. All right. We're going to bring in Joey.
Yeah.
Hey.
Joey Cooper works as a geography data scientist at T-Mobile. Well, he's an intern, but he's going to be starting there full-time very soon, just finishing up at the UW. But he's actually in Arizona and a Trump supporter, kind of reluctantly, I mean, not necessarily reluctantly, but...
And more so. I mean, this time it was easier, but...
Kind of a true Republican. Joey, how are you feeling? It appears that only Fox News has called Arizona for Joe Biden. The other networks, and including Decision Desk and New York Times, still rule it as too close to call.
Way too quick. That's basically what's in right now is all early vote. And the trend with the vote today was 2-1 Trump. What Trump needs to do to win Arizona is he needs to get Pima County to about 40%. Right now, I think it's at 35-ish. So some of the election day voting, I think, will push it that way. Maricopa, he has to get it to about a draw, and he has to win about 60 to 65% of the outstanding vote, which is highly doable considering I think we were winning. Republicans were outvoting Democrats 2-1 today. So
I mean, that makes sense based off of the trends in terms of early versus day of voting.
The Arizona, nothing day of is in. Everything that's in is early.
Oh, really?
They really haven't counted. It's been stagnant at this 73% recording. It was kind of like this similar pattern 4 years ago where they got to about 66 with Trump at like 49, 46.
Okay, but the Associated Press is calling Minnesota for Joe Biden.
Who did?
Associated Press.
What's the margin there?
Right now, he's leading by a lot.
Yeah, if Wisconsin is anything like Minnesota,
yeah,
that's a big deal for Biden. Now, we don't know, and the Wisconsinites and the Minnesotans, aren't the same.
Yeah, but the thing is, Wisconsin
Midwesterners are similar, so that could be interesting.
Wisconsin seems to be trending pretty good for Trump's end. It's pretty similar number-wise to where it was 4 years ago at this time. In fact, I think he's doing a little bit better.
At this point in 2016, we had a much higher portion of the vote in both Wisconsin and Michigan.
Michigan being out, there's still a bunch out.
Yes, and that's because of the ruling that says that they couldn't count votes early. Wisconsin could. I don't know why they're so slow anyway, but they are.
And so I'm going to use the example in Wisconsin to kind of illustrate one of my points. Kenosha County Trump squeaked out a win there in 16. He is outperforming big in Kenosha.
Well, that particular county might not be the best benchmark given the circumstances.
That's true. You can't.
But there's a lot of this. It's a lot of like kind of the quote Scott Walker vote that was kind of reluctant to go has come home in that state.
Yes.
So the Milwaukee suburbs.
The important thing to note is that when we look at the numbers, I mean, Wisconsin's 10 electoral votes, Michigan 16, and Pennsylvania is 20. If Biden has any of those 3 states to lose, it's Wisconsin. Now he can also still lose Michigan and still be fine, but then he'd have to win Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. So a little chaotic there. But we're gonna. I mean, none of those 3 I think we'll know until Friday.
I also still think the Arizona call is way too early.
I think we won't know Arizona for sure until, I think we'll know tomorrow. I think Arizona, you guys have your stuff together. So you're going to get stuff.
Really, Arizona actually takes a little bit longer. The Cinema McSally race took, I think, 5 days last time.
Oh, I do remember that. It was really down to the wire, wasn't it?
And it's going to be the reason why there are 2 Democratic senators in Arizona.
Yeah, I do see. It does seem to be that given the margins, Mark Kelly is probably going to hold on.
That's what I would assume.
230,000 vote difference, which would be pretty hard to
Kelly would outperform Trump. Or outperform Biden. That's kind of what I expected, just because.
Yeah, I think a lot of people did. McSally was not popular, especially because she wasn't elected.
McSally's just not a good candidate.
And she's not a good. She literally told her supporters to potentially skip a meal to donate to her campaign. As a true thing that she actually was caught on tape saying.
I'm not surprised. I mean.
Oh no, she's not a good person. So
she's just not a good.
Mark Kelly is a sort of like, politics aside, certifiable badass. So.
I mean, yeah, that's why I think he gets a lot of
astronaut.
I mean, he's like John Glenn 2.0 as far as a lot of people are concerned.
Yeah. I think being married to Gabby Giffords also has some track.
Yeah, it's just such a good story, you know. I mean, it was tragic, absolutely tragic, but her recovery has been tremendous. So. I am here. We are seeing that ranked choice did not pass in Massachusetts because I was trying to think of a Massachusetts slang insult and I just drew a blank. So I'm gonna give up on that front.
Oregon has decriminalized pretty much all drug possession.
That is
Oregon.
Big news.
If y'all let's go to Oregon. Hey, no sales tax and
what did Politico just call?
I'm kidding.
Politico just called something. What did they call?
Montana.
Interestingly, it looks like California is going to pass Proposition 22.
Interesting.
Which would reject the notion that app-based drivers are considered employees and not contractors. That there was about $200 million spent by Uber and Lyft in that election. Looks like it's paid off. Only about 20 million was raised in opposition.
So is that is it passing in the way where, say, I'm driving for DoorDash there, I'm still an independent contractor? Is that the way it's? That is how it could be.
The thing about Prop 22, I think is a bigger deal.
DoorDash driver. So I wanted to ask you a little bit about that.
I would rather be an independent contractor and work whenever the hell I want to work.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think one thing that Prop 22 is a bigger deal is because it's just overturning a bill that passed the state legislature last year, right?
Yeah.
And in response to that bill, probably the most unexpected, but like most problematic impact was freelance journalists.
Yeah, because it had any freelance worker,
Mhm.
contract worker was considered an employee effectively. And that meant that journalists who write maybe one piece a month for a nationally syndicated magazine, but one month it's The Atlantic, the next month it's The Economist, the next month it's Forbes. Those journalists, those who live in California, and of course there are thousands. Basically, all of the magazine publishers said, we can't afford to hire you as employees, so we can't take any of your stories. The music industry, when the law passed, was able to get an amendment in that meant that musicians who are general contractors, they come in, perform for one night at a bar, or perform for radio stations and whatnot. They don't really work for record companies, but they have a contract with the record companies. Musicians were exempted from that law initially because of an intense lobbying effort by they passed it through. The journalists didn't catch it in time. It's an absolute,
which is funny, which is, to be fair, kind of ironic.
I think some of them saw it coming, but yeah,
it was a little too late. Too little, too late.
So California has rejected the ability for 17-year-olds to cast ballots in primary elections.
Okay.
California has also rejected rent control.
Oh, that's good.
For the second year in a row, by a wide margin.
Okay, we still got some common sense.
So,
sorry, what was that, Joey?
At least they still have some common sense in some ways.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's easy to write off California as this liberal topia or something.
They also are rejecting by 45% to 54% affirmative action in government decisions.
Really interesting.
They're narrowly defeating a property tax increase by roughly 30,000 votes total.
But if we look at California, they've got 60% in so far, and it's not. Again, this is again the early votes, and these are not counting a lot of today's votes, because California did do in-person polling today.
But I don't think they did much
in here, and I would pretty much expect this to jump up to about 55-45 by a couple days from now, and that's considered expected in California is a 10 to 15 point Democratic margin, not this 40% that we're seeing right now, because California is a large state. And if you go outside of the Bay Area or the San Bernardino Valley, then it
if you get into Bakersfield,
much more similar to Kansas than it is to Seattle, So anyway, California, really interesting state. And that's why that campaign a couple years ago to break it up into 5 was so fascinating. It's because that would be, I don't know, just be really interesting. Eric, what's your update?
Iowa's
called for Trump.
Yeah, that's it.
And I saw Joni won re-election as well.
I don't know who's calling that so far.
Joni Ernst.
That was on Fox. Fox called Joni
yeah.
Ernst. And with the way Susan Collins is trending,
yeah,
it's the Republican Senate in all likelihood.
Was 64% reporting. Collins is up by 10 points, but that again is not counting the fact that there's first past the post, or that there's ranked choice voting. Iowa with 96% reporting, Ernst is up 52-45. I don't know why they're not calling it. That doesn't add up right. In Michigan, 55%. In North Carolina, Tillis is up by 2%. But again, we're dealing with the same North Carolina situation where if the majority of those 150,000 are Democratic votes, that could easily swing. Same thing in Georgia. It's a lot wider margin in Georgia with 82%. It's about a 9-point Purdue lead. He spells it the wrong way, which is why he's not good. And then finally in Montana with 56% in, Daines has a 1% lead over Bullock, which comes down to 3,000 votes so far.
It seems like Montana when
you're dealing with the small states, it's so close.
Where the blue came in first and then the red's coming in later on.
Yeah, we very well could see that in Montana. I don't know the propensity of it. I would guess that if there's any state that's going to have a very good balance between like in-person and mail across the party lines, it's probably Montana. But that's completely speculation. I don't know the statistics, and I'm not sure there's good polling or good data on that. Eric, you have an update?
New York Times is calling Montana for Trump.
Okay, that's expected.
So, but that may pan itself out into that Senate race. Joey, while you're here, I want to get some of your hot takes on Washington politics. We've talked about.
I haven't followed anything in Washington tonight.
It's not great for Republicans.
That's what I expected with the turnout. The way
left is beating, and a lot of the moderate Democrats who were running primaries in contested House seats lost to the more liberal candidate. Take a look at sharing screens, Carl. We can pull up the Secretary of State website. We went over this before, but I kind of want to go over it again because a lot of the folks on the line are now from the West Coast. We're losing our East Coasters to the night. Jay Inslee with a 60% vote share. Denny Heck looks like he's going to come away with it. We're still waiting for write-in candidates from some key eastern counties, Chelan, Adams, Whitman, but it doesn't look like it's going to be
it's not enough
to get into first place. Now, interesting
is winning over King
County beat Leas had 41% of the vote in King County. So I was hoping that would put him over. In case you're wondering, there was a big write-in campaign for Joshua Freed, a Republican, because Washington has a top two primary, and the two Democrats won the primary over any of the Republicans. So the two people on the ballot are Democrats. It doesn't matter what party they're from. And so there wasn't a conservative option. You had the choice between a moderate Democrat and a very liberal Democrat. And so because of this, the Republicans tried to get a failed gubernatorial candidate who didn't win the primary for Republicans, who was very moderate, very popular, came in second place to run a write-in campaign for lieutenant governor. But they didn't seem to put a lot of money in that. They put a lot of money in their gubernatorial candidate.
They're doomed to failure gubernatorial race.
And it was called before a single vote was actually reported. 40%.
Culp had no chance.
Yeah, I think people thought he might, but no.
Now, here's the interesting thing, Eric. Why does lieutenant governor matter this year? So
Jay Inslee ran for president. He lost miserably in the primary. Didn't even get around to anything. Gave up before Iowa. He, however, is a big environmentalist and relatively popular nationwide, despite his unpopularity within the state of Washington, even among some liberals. He could be on the ticket for potential cabinet positions in a Biden administration, perhaps interior or energy, especially considering Washington's diverse energy portfolio. Perhaps that might qualify. I don't really know. But the point is there's a strong potential for that happening. And of course, if a sitting governor is appointed to a position and no longer can be governor anymore, then the lieutenant governor becomes governor. The lieutenant governor is elected position and does not need to be reelected once they take over for that position. They can stay in that position for the length of the term. And so if a Republican were to win a write-in campaign because of the Democrats splitting the vote in the lieutenant governorship, then, so say like 30-30-40, the write-in candidate gets 40% of the vote, then the write-in candidate wins and becomes lieutenant governor, even though 60% voted for Democrats, but they split the vote between the two Democrats. Then the write-in candidate becomes lieutenant governor. The Jay Inslee, who's run and just got elected to his third term, gets appointed to a Biden administration, and who becomes governor of Washington State, a blue state on the West Coast, a Republican. Now, of course, that looks like it's not going to happen now, but the Republican Party really did not put any of their eggs in that basket. And
I wonder if the reason is that that Inslee would turn down a cabinet post if it meant that he would be leaving a Republican in charge of the state of Washington.
Potentially, but I don't believe his ego would stand that. I think he cares more about he's more of a politician to say anyway. That's my opinion. That's kind of cynical. Sorry, I try not to get too into that. But it's fascinating. This one's still too close to call technically, but Kim Wyman's probably going to pull it off, which is good because she's not even a Republican. She's a career public sector employee who is literally her only job for the last 30 years has been running elections.
And she's the best at it in the country.
Ordinary. We have
by a mile. She's the best in the country.
So,
if she lost, she should be in charge of a bipartisan commission for election reform nationwide. That's what she's good enough to do.
Looks like we still get to keep her, which is great. It's a shame she even has to run for re-election. It's a shame she doesn't have to claim a party because she wishes she didn't have to.
And Gail Tarleton is, oh God, she was our state representative for a while. Not a fan.
She's okay. I met her. She's very nice.
I mean, yeah, I don't doubt that, but
very liberal. Anyway, as a purple person, I don't like extremes, so I don't like extreme liberals or extreme conservatives.
Luckily, it looks like in the next 2 years it's going to be purple still.
Yeah. Well, so for Attorney General Bob Ferguson, taking that very easily. He's pretty popular because Washington is a very, very anti-Trump, and Bob Ferguson is chief lawyer when it comes to fighting the Trump administration in the country. So,
yeah, it's kind of a shtick.
Yeah. Anyway, so Joey, what are your thoughts on the Washington State Republican Party strategy going forward? Are we ever going to see competitive statewide races again? Do you think this is more because of Trump or anything? What do you think's going on here?
Well, it's a combination of both, just because Trump's not liked at all in Washington, and also the fact that you have a lot of the tech transplants coming up from California. I mean, Seattle population-wise grew at least 100,000 people the past decade. So, I mean, that's further strengthening a blue center, which I don't think it's not California, but it's going to be, I'd say it's going to be like New Jersey, for example, politically. If I could just throw a comparison out there.
I like that idea, but I don't like to be associated with New Jersey.
I was just trying to think of this.
Ohio's the New Jersey of the Midwest. You don't want to be the New Jersey of the West Coast. That's Idaho.
Yeah.
Everybody knows that.
But I saw something with the Georgia thing in the New York Times. Biden would have to win 90% of the outstanding vote in all likelihood to get it there.
Well, I saw a statistic, and I can't remember where it was from, but it was from a credible source, that apparently the voting rate in whatever the county Atlanta's in, I don't remember, it's not called Atlanta County. Fulton County, 34%. So that swing is not far-fetched. If they're at 34%.
The thing with Georgia is that I remember back in the governor's race where Kemp won when everyone was like, oh, he's not going to win. Well, I feel like the same thing could happen in this scenario, because Georgia always builds out the big red lead and then it tends to come back more and more.
Yeah. We'll see. I mean, it's going to take time. Again, depending on how the Midwest pans out, Biden doesn't need Georgia. So we'll see.
Is Nevada red on your screen back there?
It's just because Nevada didn't start reporting until like 20 minutes ago, so they only have 3% in.
Okay, they only
one rural county. Yeah, that's the problem with the decision desk chart as opposed to the New York Times chart. The decision desk chart shows
for Washington Post here,
even though they're dashed for a lead, which kind of makes it a little deceiving from a distance. So from this perspective, you can see the New York Times chart a lot more accurate. They have still yet to call a lot of some other states that have been called. That's Washington Post. New York Times is called Iowa. Washington Post is not.
Washington Post hasn't called Iowa, Texas, Florida, or Rhode Island.
Wow. Florida,
Rhode Island.
New York Times hasn't called Florida, Texas, or Minnesota yet, which have all been called by other parties. Arizona looks to be the only group that has, the only network or anyone has called it is still Fox News, which is just ridiculous. And apparently the Trump campaign is fuming. In fact, some of them were tweeting out about how they're going to sue Fox News. I don't know why.
I think that has any bearing on anything.
Ridiculous.
Already noted.
They can still win without Arizona. That's the thing. They don't. If Wisconsin and Michigan hold, Wisconsin's reporting in at 80% or so.
71.
70. I mean, different networks are reporting different things for how much Wisconsin's reporting.
Well, that's the thing. We don't know how many ballots there are. We don't know how many total. We don't know what the turnout is until all of the votes have been cast. So 71 is an estimate. 81 is an estimate. 61 is an estimate, because there could still be hundreds of thousands, if not millions of votes left to be counted in these states. Again, particularly because a lot of them came by mail. So
I think, like, for Pennsylvania's case, I'm going to look at the Trump total, and I think I have a number he needs to get to win Pennsylvania, and that's about 3.25 million, 3.3 million. And if he gets to 3.25, 3.3, he should be in a decent spot.
I think that checks out mathematically. I haven't done the math myself, but he's at 2.5. Still need another 800,000 votes.
Yeah.
But we don't know the breakdown of which, because Pennsylvania has counted both a combination of some in-person and some mail-in votes today.
But Pennsylvania is a dominant in-person state for the most part.
But we don't know what the breakdown is of what's left. As far
there's
as
some, I can use like some more, like Allentown, Hillary 150 to 45. As of now, Trump's leading at 55-44. So there's some.
That's, that's one. I don't know what the Allentown reporting rate is. So.
Yeah. But there's like some examples that I can pull out from each of these states that give some information that may say like they're leaning. I mean, I'd say all three, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, are leaning Trump's direction, but I don't know how it's going to get litigated. I'm like 90% sure Pennsylvania will get litigated in some way, but Michigan and Wisconsin, I'm not that sure on.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it pans out, just because there's the reporting rate just is so much lower. And I mean, all three states.
Wisconsin seems to be reporting fairly normally, according to past trends.
Right.
Pennsylvania is not normal.
No, Pennsylvania's not normal. Pennsylvania is a weird place. I drove through it last week. Weird.
And then it's just, I think Arizona is going to be a nail biter like Georgia. I don't think it really should not be called. That's just my personal opinion.
Yeah, we shall see. We shall see. I mean, I don't know what else. I don't think there's going to be anything else to say tonight, to be honest.
Yeah, we still got 20 minutes until Alaska.
Do we want to hold out?
And just see what happens.
I mean,
maybe another drop
at
PM. There may be another drop at 1 a.m. Eastern, 10 p.m. Pacific for a lot of states. A lot of the states do it on the hour. Even they'll just do big drops all at once with results. So once we analyze that, I think then we'll call it a night. It does seem that that it's going to take a couple of days, but it doesn't necessarily. It also with the way that the absentee ballots are not being counted, that's going to provide opportunity for potential lawsuits going down. Right. And I think that's what a lot of people were worried about is just how those are counted. I was informed that you maligned the great state of Pennsylvania, Carl.
Who told you this?
I must not have heard, but it is not a weird state. Just because it borders New Jersey doesn't mean that the smell comes across the Delaware River. No, Pennsylvania is probably the best representation of the United States of America.
Yeah.
As far as diversity of industry, of people, of demographics. It's not perfect. Its Asian population is dramatically lower, but it is the truest American of the states. Perfectly swinged, perfectly balanced, just as Thanos would have liked.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you knew that was coming, though. This election may have 4 Floridas from 2000. You may have 4 states getting litigated
at once.
Yeah, that could happen.
Georgia could be getting litigated. Arizona could be litigated. Pennsylvania, I'm almost sure is going to get litigated.
North Carolina.
Michigan.
I think North Carolina is going to go. I think Trump wins that without litigation.
It's closer than it is currently in Georgia, so who knows?
But there's not. Usually with North Carolina, Democrat vote comes in earlier. I mean, Trump's not winning it by the margin.
Usually doesn't mean anything this year.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I mean, we're not going to know tonight. That's kind of big.
I remember that was the storyline was with North Carolina in 2016 was what areas were reporting and when. And yeah, it was that the big cities were faster.
So Joe Biden is,
and then when the suburbs went to Trump, that's when they called the state.
So Joe Biden is giving a speech now at his outdoor car event. I think they knew that it wasn't going to be decided tonight. I think that also the Trump camp is also probably in that basket. I'm curious to see if Trump gives a speech. Of course, they're both going to present the messages of optimism to their supporters. Joe Biden saying, quote, "We believe we are on track to win this election." A senior campaign advisor for Biden saying that they feel really good about it. And apparently a Trump staffer says momentum has clearly shifted to Biden in Georgia, ... Oof. However, if Trump were to come out and give any speeches, then he's probably also going to echo a sense of optimism, thinking about a potential close race in Nevada. That, truth be told, with its electoral votes is probably going to be insignificant, but you never know. And then it's going to come down to those southern states. New York Times has finally realized that they didn't correctly call Florida yet, so they did that. Cohen, I didn't know we hadn't called Florida, but yeah.
Wait, Nate Cohn tweeted that?
No, he says, "I had no idea that Florida wasn't called already."
That is the tweet of the night right there.
He's the chief data scientist for the New York Times election office, and I think is the one making the calls. But evidently, the people running the website didn't know that he had called it yet. So
yes.
There you go.
The BBC was waiting for the New York Times because the BBC just calls it too.
Interesting. Yeah. A lot of
I always find amusing.
Someone asked why we use Decision Desk as kind of our tracker, and the reason is because their robust methodology. Their graphic isn't as good because it shows up as winning when it isn't, because you just can't tell the difference between a state that's leaning towards one place and the other place. But the actual methodology of how they use and when they call states is pretty good. And so they were one of the first to call Texas. They were one of the first.
They were the first to call Florida.
They were the first to call Florida.
5.
They called Iowa and Ohio relatively quickly. They're slower on the states that don't matter as much. That were, like, for instance, they still haven't called Montana, even though New York Times has called Montana. But they don't matter as much because they're less of a swing. So where it matters, they really put in their effort. That's why we go to Decision Desk. Colin saying New Jersey, it's not New Jersey, but it's not that much better. Okay. I genuinely think it is significantly better than New Jersey. I've spent a significant amount of time in both Pennsylvania and New Jersey, and I think it's pretty objective. Like even like Scranton and Harrisburg and Hollidaysburg are genuinely nice little cute, boring old towns. Like they don't. Yes, it's those places are very white though. I will say that. But no, my girlfriend Jacinta spent 4 years in college in Philadelphia, and it is
I'm biased.
I am biased, but I have personal experience.
Well, I suppose are you suggesting that Mindy might counteract the bias of Jacinta?
Well, Jersey City isn't in New Jersey. Jersey City is objectively in New York.
Well, tell that to Ellis Island.
Okay. But as someone who lives in Jersey City, you are a New Yorker. You are not a New Jerseyan.
That's not what your license plate says.
No, but the culture.
Yes, the culture.
Here is not the same.
Eagles fans, though. Okay, yeah, Eagles fans are the worst.
I'll give you that one. Yeah, that's
yeah, Eagles fans are the worst part of Philadelphia.
They're trying to steal the election.
Actually, that's a lie. Steelers fans are worse than Eagles fans.
Yep. He just.
Yes, 100%. 100%. Steelers fans are worse.
Trump says we are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed.
Did he say that on a speech or on tweet?
That is a tweet as of 5 minutes ago.
Great. There we go.
Well.
So we're getting litigation, and we may not know for a month.
Well, okay, no, we'll know on Friday. It's just it won't be official for a while. Because here's the thing. Okay, I'm not going to make any broad statements here. It would be extremely problematic if we have the data pretty much certified, and then after the fact they try and change things around a bit. That would be the Washington Post is called Florida. The last ones they get the award for being the last. Anyway, no, the situation is that if the votes say Biden wins, then Biden's gonna win. Now,
the head of the Fox News decision desk says Biden has an advantage in Wisconsin right now. But they're not going to call it because it's going to take forever.
Well, yeah, obviously.
But very interesting.
Yes.
I also think that with that Arizona call, I mean, I don't know what I'm going to take from him.
Yeah, that's true. It's the same guy. So, yeah.
I think Twitter deleted Trump's tweet.
No, I think he deleted it because there was a typo.
Oh, never mind.
I think he spelled polls.
Oh, he said polls as in like a poll, not like.
Oh, yeah, he probably did POLES.
L-E.
Just popped into the phone. Who knows? You think he does that? Like, did the voice to text?
Well, no, because he's seal and bigger in all caps. But voice text wouldn't do that.
That's true.
So he's just got fat fingers.
Yes. Well, he kind of said that he won. I mean,
I feel like Twitter needs to put a disclaimer on it. Just the results have not been certified yet or anything like that. Or there is no evidence that suggests.
Oh no, he says he'll be making a statement tonight, a big win. But that doesn't mean they won.
No.
But they're winning bigly.
Yes, there's a very big difference between those two statements.
So I think he's gonna skirt around just because he really doesn't want to look doesn't really want to look bad if he actually ends up losing image. But yeah, it's gonna be a long week.
Yeah. I have a tweet from one of the guys that I've been following for a bit this election season, is that for Fox News to call Arizona after Fontes froze the count in Maricopa, but not calling Florida until hours after it was over is pretty obvious. Trump's election day vote is big. and broke that large in several other states. Fox is playing a role, no doubt. Third world shit, folks. That's from one of the guys that I've been following.
I mean,
Yeah, we're gonna see some serious conspiracy theories about that Fox call.
oh yeah, that'll be fun. Oh my gosh. I think.
And he has it as
A third-party candidate is 7.7.
operation. Okay. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say a third-party candidate in Montana for the Senate race is winning 7.7 a vote. In the marijuana party.
Okay.
So that's going to be
How long until it's just legalized federally, or they just decide like, let's just not bother with this?
Yeah. Harrisburg has counted almost all of their votes. Harrisburg outside of Pittsburgh. Clinton won 49-46. Biden leads 53-45 in Harrisburg, big industrial town outside of Pittsburgh.
Or is Harrisburg the capital?
Yes.
Yes.
So it's not. Harrisburg's kind of its own entity then, which you have to kind of look at like where the swings in the rural part enough to counteract what's happening in Philly suburbs.
Technology.
Oh, it's not. That's. I got Hollidaysburg and Harrisburg mixed up again. Yes, that's fair. Sorry, Jacinta. But yes, that is. It's still a important.
It's the third largest city in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, so it's gonna be interesting to see what happens. Well, technically, state college is on game day.
That's true.
Or a normal game.
Normally, not this year.
Yeah.
There will be no whiteouts.
All right, we're just waiting another 10, 15 minutes. Gonna get
Hey guys, yeah, my Harry and Yusuf have tuned in. How's it going, guys?
Ha! This is a good tweet. If Trump is really going to blow a lead, of course it's going to be in Atlanta, home of the Falcons.
That's good. And the Braves blew a lead too.
There you go. Sarah McBride is the first openly transgender state senator in the country for Delaware. That's exciting. It's very interesting.
So on Fox News, when criticized for the call in Arizona, Aaron Mishkin, the head of the decision desk for Fox, said, quote, "I'm sorry the president is not going to be able to take over and win enough votes. I'm sorry, but we're not wrong. We made the correct call. I'm sorry. The president is not happy."
I just
He's
don't.
apologizing for being right, but I guess.
I don't even know if he's right.
That's what Sarah McBride elected to Delaware, the first openly transgender state senator.
Did you not hear? I just said that.
Oh, you did? Oh.
Yes. Okay.
Well, I was preoccupied, but Harry is doing good. We're tired. Well, then go to bed, Harry. I'm tired too. I should go to bed too. But Eric is making me stay up for another 4 minutes.
Yeah.
But this is going to be the last update of the night for sure. I mean, in important states at least. Go back to the Washington Post just because their graphic's the best.
Yeah, a few of the counties in Pennsylvania are.
Nevada, they're at 5%. They're been closed for 2.5 hours. What the heck?
No, actually, there was an extra 1 hour voting in Cook County because of voting machine error this morning. Actually, Republicans requested that extension. I know, right?
What a shock!
Judge granted it. Night, Dad. Thanks for tuning in.
He's going to bed 3 hours ahead. I feel like.
Yeah, well, they're old, so it's okay. It's whatever.
I mean, yeah, that's true.
Alrighty. Joe Biden tweets, "Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this."
Who did?
Joe Biden.
Oh.
So, he said that in his speech, and then his team tweeted it for him. Is what happened. So yeah, it's exactly everything everyone expected was probably going to happen.
It's high.
I think it was blue wave.
It's closer than I think some people thought, but as far as the uncertainty into the night, yeah, it's not changing.
Just Ohio going for Trump by like 7 to 8 is interesting for the rest of the Rust Belt.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting to see what happens. Yeah, Michigan, Pennsylvania,
Wisconsin.
But yeah, but Minnesota is really strong for Biden with I mean, there's still a fair amount of votes to be counted, but it's very interesting. I'm glad Laura Loomer lost.
I think we all should be. It's just
we're glad. Yeah, that's glad that happened. That's we would be all terribly off if she.
Care to explain for our viewers who might
Laura
know?
Loomer is a QAnon conspiracy theorist, just absolute nut job, who tweets vitriol and a lot of racist stuff on Twitter and is just not a nice person and pretty much disliked by Republicans and Democrats alike.
Okay, Trump's making a statement tonight. He said a big win, quote unquote.
Yeah. So it looks like he's going to speak after Biden.
Well, Biden already spoke, I think.
Yeah, he's finished up there.
Apparently, nothing has been counted in, or very little has been counted in the county Milwaukee is in. Milwaukee County.
Mm-hmm.
Because
indeed the largest county, but it's
really,
but not by a ton. I mean, Madison's also quite large.
I don't know if I know at this point.
Nobody does. Anybody who says they do is lying to you.
And I don't think we're going to know for a few days. I'm getting a little tired, so.
All right. Well, it is 10 p.m. The polls in Alaska have closed.
But thanks, Joey, for being on here, being our longest guest.
We'll be on for another 5 minutes or so, folks. Stick around with us. We're going to see if anything comes in at the hour. Bye, Joey. That was fun. Thanks all to our guests, everyone from the beginning to the end. That was a lot of fun. Really enjoying this so far. It was a good stream. Still no changes to the New York Times needles since we last reviewed them, with a slight advantage for Biden in Georgia, which is very interesting there. Let's take a look at our Senate races, see if we've got anything new. Steve Daines is now up on Steve Bullock in Montana. Mark Kelly still has a sizable lead over McSally in Arizona as expected. Purdue has a pretty solid lead over Ossoff, but not necessarily going to be called quite yet. And Tom Tillis is beating Cal Cunningham in North Carolina. Michigan is pretty interesting so far. Gary Peters, the Democrat, is losing by right now 7 points to John James, the Republican. Going to be interesting to see how that goes. But yeah. Carl had a good tweet. He just said, anyone who knows what's going to happen is lying to you.
I said I was going to tweet that.
That's good. That's good.
All right, we have an update from Georgia with roughly 86% to 99%. They don't know. Reporting Trump is up by about 250,000 votes, which comes out to almost 5%.
Mm-hmm.
But again, they don't know how much they're missing, so we'll see. Oh, there was a QAnon supporter who won a congressional election in Georgia. Yeah, that was a really safe seat. So I think we did know that was going to happen.
Hopefully we don't give her the light of day, though.
Okay, specifically about 35 to 40% has been counted in Milwaukee County. So there's about 2/3 remaining.
Yeah, it seems those big metropolitan areas are going to be the key because Philadelphia, Atlanta, and Milwaukee seem to be falling way behind the rest of the states.
Yeah, no idea on what Detroit looks like.
We're seeing a couple of counties in Pennsylvania pick up more points for Biden than Hillary won those same counties. So about 5-point gains in 3 or 4 counties that were being looked at. It's also important to note that in the East Coast, the counties are much smaller than on the West Coast. So when we think of county by county results in the East Coast, it's significant. It's less significant by a wide margin compared to like Clark County in Nevada, which is pretty much the entire state. So,
or like San Bernardino County in California, which
has more people,
has like 3 million people in it.
Yeah.
All right, I'm not sure if we're going to get anything else right now.
Yeah, let's see. Biden is up 14,000 votes in Washoe County. That's 2/3 of the vote, and Washoe is a swing county in Pennsylvania. I believe that's Pennsylvania. Let me check real quick. Nope, that's Nevada. Never mind. I was gonna guess.
Yep.
They didn't specify in the darn tweet.
Yeah, Matthew did say it would come down to Michigan and Wisconsin, and he seems to be correct. But it's also Pennsylvania, so I guess we were both right. Matthew, I hope you haven't been watching for the entire 5 hours.
That'd be ridiculous. I haven't been watching for the entire 5 hours. And when you look at a lot of people are going to try and look at bellwether counties tonight, things that have gotten their votes in because they have sensible elections officials or whatnot. One of them is in south of Fulton County. It's Fayette County, Georgia. Most all of the votes have been counted. Now, Trump won that county because it's a suburb. It's a rural area. But Stacey Abrams lost that county by 13 points, and Biden is now only losing it by 7 with most of the votes counted. So we're seeing some gains there in Georgia that mean it is really a toss-up still. There's just so much left to know, but a lot of this is going to be decided in the next day or two. It's not going to take much longer than that to be able to call some of these states. Some of them may take longer, but we might have a much better idea, and we'll have answers probably as soon as tomorrow morning for some of these. Some places are counting through the night. Some places are not. Some places are not counting through the night, but their election staff is going to be on fixing the problems with the machines and whatnot, things that may have not been counted. Only 25% of Pennsylvania's absentee ballots have been counted. Only 20% of Michigan's absentee ballots have been counted. So, Carl, you're reporting something got called?
Joe Biden has won the Nebraska 2nd district.
That's huge. That could be big.
And Maine 1st district.
Wow, there you go. Who's calling that? Washington.
That's Decision Desk.
Decision Desk. Hasn't up. Oh, I was on the Senate forecast.
Yeah,
that's why.
Maine 2 is still too close to call, and it is, as is Maine overall. Nebraska has been called, obviously, as a statewide for Trump. So those 2 votes could be very critical if we come on. Oh my goodness, Sharon is watching from Hawaii. Oh my goodness, I have peaked. Okay.
Well, you're about ready to call it a night, but
about ready. Then we have
we have news. Joe Biden is projected to win Hawaii. 0% of the vote in, 0 count. He is expected to get all. Actually, no, Alaska doesn't get called yet because there's the Aleutian Islands.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I have to wait.
30 or
morning.
No, it's not worth it to stay
Well,
up.
the only thing about it is that the Senate race could be competitive, but it's unlikely. At this point, I think it is.
We'll know a lot.
I would say that the odds of the Democrats taking the Senate are not high. I think that's
the mail-in ballots are actually a big factor, though. Andrew, I missed your comment earlier.
That's true.
It's everything right now. It's everything right now because in Georgia and Atlanta, they have a ton of ballots left to count in the biggest and bluest part of the entire state. In Pennsylvania, only about 25% of the mail-in ballots have been counted. And again, mail-in ballots are going to go for Biden most of the time. In Michigan, only 25% of the mail-in ballots have gone in. So what we're getting from results of those red-leaning, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, we're getting red-leaning because those are the day of election votes. Those are the votes that came in today that they're used to counting on election day because the systems are incorporated for that. Those states also can't process their ballots prematurely like we could in Florida. We were able to call Florida incredibly quickly because they've been processing those absentee ballots for some time. And there was a pretty massive swing in Miami-Dade County that meant that Joe Biden wasn't going to have the lead he needed in that urban area to take the state. So to recap what happened tonight, when we come down to it, it's a whole lot of mess. Everybody knew it was going to be a mess. We didn't know what kind of mess we were going to get. Pretty much no one thought we were going to get a result tonight. Even, Donald Trump, as much as he'd like to say that he does, it's not. Twitter has now marked that Donald Trump's tweet where he said that they're going to win big as technically not correct. Because it's considered, so they mark it as saying some of or all of the content shared in this tweet is disputed and may be misleading about an election or other civic process.
That is a very neutral way to say that, but I think nail on the head.
Yeah. Whereas, so anyway, but that's on brand messaging. We knew this was going to happen. Trump is going to claim that they're going to win, that they're on track to win. He may not say we have won yet, but he's going to boast like
he's going to say we're winning.
Whereas Joe Biden's going to try and take the humble road and say, oh, we don't know. We're going to let the people decide because that's his image. That's his optics that he's going for. We know
Twitter actually does not block the vast majority of Trump tweets. So
not the majority, but like
no, they don't block the vast majority.
Oh, they don't block like any. They just put the little thing on that says.
And then they only put the thing on like 10% of them. 10,
no,
15%.
less than that, like 1%. Technically, it's just related to the election. They have a really weird policy. It may be unforced selectively though, because it's all moderated by hand. So it's run, it's San Francisco based Twitter. Like it's not. Anyway, the point is though, what have we decided for those who are still watching after 5 hours and 11 minutes of this stream? It's too close to call, but Biden has a narrow lead in the chance of winning, significantly smaller than what the polls predicted, but in line with the same polling error that we saw in 2016 of about 2.5 to 3 points down from whatever was expected. But based on the polls, if it is pretty much across the board 2.5, 3 points down, then Biden will win. It's coming down to the Electoral College. Arizona looks like it might end up going blue. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin are too close to call. Ohio looks red, which may mean that Michigan and Pennsylvania have a chance of going red, but Minnesota went blue, so Wisconsin and Michigan probably are going to go blue, and Pennsylvania and Michigan, again, have tons of absentee ballots left to count in the next 2 days, so we're going to see that come in a lot. Georgia could still go blue. North Carolina probably won't, but there's still 100,000 ballots left to be counted there. It's really going to be very interesting to see what happens. Ultimately,
apparently we have basically now eliminated the possibility, or not quite, but we're almost at eliminating the possibility of a tie. So we'll see about that.
That's probably for the best. That would be way worse, I think.
Oh yeah, for sure. That would be
from just
absolutely
partisan shit.
madness. And the question is, have any states released how many mail-ins they have yet to count? It depends. In some states, we do know, and it's a lot, like Pennsylvania and Georgia. No, actually, we don't know in most states. What would happen if there was a tie? I'm not going to bring this out again, but I've gone the entire stream without bringing it out. So I have to show you that I had this here the entire time. But it goes to the House of Representatives, and each state gets one vote that the party or that the state delegation has to agree on. So it's kind of a weird combination of what happens in the Senate, but it's in the House. The point is the Republicans have an advantage, so Trump would win if it was a tie.
All right, interesting exit polls, closing updates to leave you with before we depart. CNN exit polls reporting 11% of 2020 voters did not vote in 2016. Biden won those non-16 voters 61-37, which is fascinating. Yes, as Carl mentioned, Nebraska's 2nd district will go to Biden, so that one electoral vote could potentially matter. Doesn't look like it will, but there's a chance that comes into play. We're getting a lot of interesting results coming in now from Pennsylvania, as 160,000 votes just dropped in Allegheny County, which is where Pittsburgh is. And it shows Biden up by, it doesn't give me a percentage, so I got to do the math in my head, by 70,000 votes out of 280. So it's over a 10-point lead. You're gonna pull it up?
I was gonna use a calculator.
Okay, yeah. But you can pull that up if you want. We're getting also more results from Nevada, for instance, Clark County. Biden's up by 10 points. That's, if he stays at 10 points, he'll probably win Nevada. If it goes below that, then it's going to be a lot closer than I think what people were expecting. And so, yeah, well, we're really just going to have to wait and see, but it's not going to be something we won't find out. It doesn't look like there's going to be, it looks like we'll have an answer within 2 or 3 days. Maybe even tomorrow, maybe even this time tomorrow. So very interesting.
But I think that
ballot drop in Erie County, PA, at the very north corner, right next to Ohio, big bellwether county, showed Biden winning this new drop 5-1. Looks like he'll win back this swing county that Trump carried there. About 37,000 mail-in ballots still to be counted in coming days. Dems believe they win those 3 or 4-1. So looks like Biden is
continuing up in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, continually getting more favorable results for him in Pennsylvania. But again, Trump can still very much win this. There's a lot to be decided. So stay tuned, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us. Carl, thanks for putting this on. Colin, thanks for the graphics. To all of our guests, thank you so much for joining us, and especially to the viewers for sticking with us. And
I also want to thank Shlok and Ashka, who I think have on the bed now, so I've been quiet over the last.
Jacinta and to some Joshua for helping me with the stream. Jacinta helped a lot last night getting everything set up, and
yeah, it's a crazy time. Now, if you excuse me, I'm gonna go to bed because I do have work tomorrow. I do get to take the morning off, but I have work tomorrow. So, hey, Texas is red, Trauma. Texas is red.
Okay. Good night.
That's the update. Good night, everybody. Thanks for joining.